Everything you're about to hear really happened to someone. Not campfire fiction, not made-up creepypasta. These are real incidents. Haunted houses, stalkers, impossible phone calls, things in attics and basements, and moments where people realized too late they weren't alone. As you listen, think about this. What scares you more, other people or the paranormal? And have you ever had something happen that you still can't explain? Tell me in the comments. I actually read them. And if you like long, real horror you can sink into for hours, you can subscribe so you don't miss the next one. Kill the lights, put on your headphones. Let's begin. My mom has this friend that I've known about since I was a kid. I'm not going to use her real name, so I'll call her Jean. That's not what everyone calls her in real life, but it will do for this story. When I was growing up, she was always around our house. I remember the sound of our front door, the creak it made when it opened, and then Jean's voice calling out my mom's name as she came in without even knocking. She was that kind of close family friend. She and my mom would sit at the kitchen table for hours with cups of tea or coffee. Sometimes they laughed so hard they cried. Sometimes their voices got low and serious, and I knew they were talking about grown-up problems. To me, Jean was just one of those adults who were always in the background of my childhood, always in the same chair at the table, tapping her spoon on the side of her mug, telling stories about work or family, or something strange that happened at the grocery store. One thing that seemed normal back then but feels important now is this. Jean always came to our house. We almost never went to hers. I saw her place a couple of times from the outside when my mom had to drop her off or pick something up, but we rarely went in. As a kid, I didn't think about it at all. If I did ask, my mom might say, "Oh, Jean's house is a mess," or "She likes getting out of her own place." And that was the end of it. Only later, when I heard what happened, did I feel a strange relief that I didn't spend much time inside that house. Jean lived alone in a small, older house in a quiet area. Not fancy, not falling apart. Just one of those simple places you might drive past without noticing. Small front yard, a cracked sidewalk, a little porch with chipped paint. Nothing about it looked scary. It was the kind of place you'd imagine an older single woman living in with a cat and too many books. Except she didn't have a cat. And the house had a secret no one knew about for a long time. It started with noises. One afternoon, Jean was sitting at our table, stirring sugar into her tea, and she casually mentioned to my mom that she thought she had rats in her house. She said it in a half-joking way at first, rolling her eyes like it was one more annoying thing in her life. She told my mom that at night, when everything was quiet, she could hear scratching sounds coming from the attic. She said it would start late, usually after midnight, when she was already in bed. At first it was light scratching, like small claws on wood. Sometimes it was quick little tapping sounds, like something running across the beams up there. It would go away for a while, and then come back. At that early stage, she was annoyed, but not really scared. Everyone's heard about people having rats or mice in the house. It's gross, sure, but it didn't sound like a horror story yet. My mom told her the usual things you tell someone with a pest problem. Call an exterminator, set traps, block holes where they might be getting in. Jean nodded and said she would. She went home and tried a few basic things. She bought some traps. She tried poison pellets she could buy from the store. She even picked up one of those electronic devices you plug into a wall socket that supposedly scares off rodents with a sound people can't hear. But the noises didn't stop. In fact, after a while, they got worse. She told my mom that over the next few weeks, the scratching became heavier and slower. It stopped sounding like quick little animals and started sounding like something bigger. There were times when she said it felt like she could tell exactly where the thing was from the sound. Walking across the attic, stopping, then moving again, right over certain parts of the ceiling. What upset her most was when the sounds came from directly above her bed. Imagine lying there in the dark, staring at the same spot in the ceiling every night, knowing that just a few feet up, something is moving around. She said it felt like it was pacing sometimes. A few steps, stop, a few steps, stop. The idea of rats made her skin crawl, but even that explanation slowly stopped feeling right. Rats don't usually move like a person trying to be quiet. At first, she told herself she was being dramatic. Houses make noise. Wood shifts as the temperature changes. Pipes creak. The wind pushes at the roof. You can find dozens of normal reasons for a sound if you really try. But every night it came back, regular as clockwork, like something lived up there and was active while she was supposed to be asleep. Then something else started happening that she couldn't blame on rats or pipes or old wood. Things in her kitchen began to disappear. It started small. A piece of fruit would be gone from the bowl on the counter. A slice of bread she thought she left out was missing in the morning. At first she thought she was just forgetting. Everyone does that sometimes. You think, I thought I had one more banana, but maybe you ate it and didn't remember. Or maybe you miscounted, but then the missing items got more obvious. She told my mum one day that she had made herself a sandwich before work. She wrapped it up, put it in the fridge, planning to eat it the next morning for breakfast because she was running late. The next day, she opened the fridge, and it was gone. Not half gone. Not moved to another shelf. Just gone. She looked everywhere. Countertops, the trash, even the oven, in case she had done something really strange. Nothing. Another time, a whole box of crackers went missing. A bag of chips she was saving for a movie night was open and half-eaten, even though she was sure she hadn't touched it. She started to notice smaller details too. Were a spoon in the sink with something dried on it when she hadn't cooked. A cupboard door left slightly open when she knew she always closed them all out of habit. A chair pulled just a little away from the table. None of these things alone proved anything, but together they built up a feeling she could not shake. Someone was using her kitchen when she wasn't in it. Jean tried to stay calm. She thought, maybe I'm more stressed than I realize. Maybe I'm tired, picking things up, putting them down, or I'm not remembering. Maybe I'm making food late at night and not thinking about it. She even wondered for a moment if she was sleepwalking, but she had never done that before in her life. Whenever she came to visit my mum, she would bring up the rats and the disappearing food. At first, the way she told it was half funny and half annoying. My mom would laugh and say things like, "You've got a ghost with a snack problem," or "maybe it's a polite raccoon." But every time Jean told a new detail, there was a little less humor in her voice. She started to look more tired. Her eyes were darker underneath. Her hands shook a bit more when she lifted her cup. She admitted that she was not sleeping well. She said she would lie there, rigid, listening to the noises in the attic, too scared to go up and check, too stubborn or embarrassed to call someone in the middle of the night. She would wake up at every little sound, thinking this might be the moment something comes crashing through the ceiling. My mom pushed her more seriously then. "Call someone," she said. "Call pest control. Call the landlord. Call anybody. Don't just live with it." Jean always said she would, but then days went by and nothing changed. Maybe she did call someone once or twice and they didn't find anything. I don't know. I just know that the problem stayed. Then came the night that changed everything. Jean was at home, alone, like usual. It was late, sometime after midnight. She was in bed, lights off, trying to fall asleep. Outside, the neighborhood was quiet. No cars, no kids, no dogs barking. Just the deep stillness that comes in the middle of the night. Inside, her clock made a soft ticking. Her house settled from time to time, small cracks and pops in the walls. And then the sound started again. She heard a small scratch over her head, then another, a bit louder. Then the familiar slow movement, like something walking across the attic floor. Step, pause, step, pause. It was not a quick, nervous run like a rat. It felt heavy, deliberate. Jean lay there, staring up at the dark ceiling, her eyes open wide, her heart beating faster with every sound. Weeks of lost sleep, frustration, fear, and confusion all sat on her chest like a weight. She was tired of it, tired of pretending it was just rats, tired of jumping at every bump, tired of losing food and feeling like a stranger in her own kitchen. The scratching grew louder, almost like whatever was up there was right above her. At that moment, she was more angry than afraid. The words burst out of her before she could stop them. She didn't plan to talk to it. She just snapped. "Shut up!" she shouted to the ceiling, her voice sharp and loud in the dark, quiet room. For a moment, everything went still. The sound stopped. The house seemed to hold its breath. She lay there, frozen, suddenly very aware of what she had just done, as if she had just yelled at something that might be listening. Then, out of that heavy, silent air, she heard it. A voice. It was not her imagination. It was not the TV. Nothing was on. It did not come from outside the window. It came from right above her, from the direction of the attic. It was a deep, male voice, loud enough and close enough that there was no mistaking it for pipes or wind or old wood. And it shouted back at her, "No!" Just that one word, but clear and sharp and full of anger, like someone was snapping back at her for daring to speak. The sound of that voice hit her like ice water. Until that second, she had managed to tell herself it was animals or old pipes or something harmless. The moment she heard that human voice, everything changed. The strange missing food, the slow steps, the feeling of being watched, all of it fell into place in one terrifying instant. Someone was up there, not an animal, and not a ghost, a man. A real, living person was in her attic, listening to her, making noises, moving around. And when she yelled at the noise, he answered. John did not stay to think about it. There was no brave moment, no "who's there?" no grabbing a weapon and investigating. Her body took over before her mind did. She jumped out of bed, grabbed the nearest things she always kept by her phone, her keys, her bag, and she ran. She didn't turn on the bedroom light. She didn't look up at the ceiling. She just ran down the hall, down the stairs, and out the front door, bare feet on the floor, heart hammering in her ears. She rushed to her car, got in, locked the doors, and started the engine with shaking hands. She drove away from that house as fast as she safely could, not looking back, not slowing down, not stopping until she reached a relative's home. When they opened the door to her in the middle of the night, she was out of breath, hair messy, her eyes wide, still in her sleep clothes. She looked like someone who had run from a nightmare and wasn't sure if it had followed her. She tried to explain what happened, but the story came out in broken pieces. The noises, the missing food, the attic, the voice shouting, "No!" The relatives did their best to calm her down, but she refused to go back to the house that night. She slept there, in a different bed, in a different building, with doors locked and lights turned down low. The next morning, when the sun was up and things felt a little less unreal, she called the police. The officers who arrived later listened to her version of events. Maybe they had heard strange stories before. Maybe they thought she was overreacting. But whether they believed every detail or not, there were enough red flags that they treated it seriously. A possible intruder in the attic of a woman living alone is not something you ignore. Jean waited outside as they went into her house. The front yard that had always looked so normal now felt like the face of a place she didn't really know. She couldn't bring herself to go inside first. The idea that the man who had shouted back at her might still be there, only a few feet away, made her feel sick. The officers cleared the main floor and the rooms first, checking closets, under beds, behind doors. They called out now and then, their voices echoing in the small house. No one answered. No person popped out, and nothing seemed out of place downstairs at first glance. Then they pulled down the attic hatch and climbed up with flashlights. From below, Jean could hear them moving around above her, the same general spot where she had always heard the late-night rats. She held her breath without meaning to. She listened to their boots on the wood, to their low voices talking back and forth. It felt like forever before they came down again. They did not come down empty. They didn't find a man up there. There was no intruder crouched in the corner, no quick arrest, no dramatic chase. But they found clear, physical proof that Jean had not been imagining things, and that someone had, in fact, been living above her head. In one part of the attic, they found a kind of little camp set up on the floor. There was an old blanket spread out like a bed, worn flat in the middle where someone had been lying. Nearby were empty food wrappers, fast food bags, crumpled chip packets, and a few empty cans. Some of the trash was dusty and older. Some looked newer, like it had been used not long before the police got there. They also found a couple of plastic water bottles, a lighter, and what looked like a small flashlight. It was clear that whoever had been staying up there had done so more than once. This wasn't a random person hiding for an hour and then leaving. This was someone who had spent real time in that attic. Days, weeks. No one could say for sure. Then they noticed the holes. Along one side of the attic, near the floor where it met the ceiling of the rooms below, there were small, round holes in the wood and plaster. They weren't big. From inside the house, they would have looked like tiny, dark dots on the ceiling or high up on the wall, easy to miss if you weren't specifically looking for them. But from the attic side, it was obvious what they were. Peepholes. The officers followed them. One hole lined up with the ceiling above Jean's bedroom. Another looked down into the hallway. Another seemed to give a view toward the kitchen. Through those little holes, a person in the attic could quietly watch what was going on in the rooms below without being seen. They could learn when Jean went to work, when she went to bed, when she was in the shower, when she was cooking. They could see when the coast was clear to climb down and move around. When the officers showed Jean some of the places where the holes came through into her rooms, her stomach turned. In her bedroom, high on the wall near the ceiling, there was a small mark she had always assumed was just an old nail hole or a tiny flaw in the plaster. Now she knew it was one of the places someone had been watching her while she slept. The police took it seriously then. They spoke to her in a different tone. One of them explained that, yes, someone had clearly been living in her attic. They had been stealing food and spying on her. They might have been there for a long time. It was not a ghost. It was not rats. It was a real person who had turned her attic into their hiding place. But when she asked, trembling, "Where is he now?" they had no answer. Whoever had been living up there was gone. There was no one hiding in a corner, no body, no personal ID, no backpack with a name, no diary, nothing that could directly tell them who he was or why he chose her house. There were only the signs of his presence, the mattress-like blanket, the food trash, the peepholes, and the memory of that angry voice yelling, "No!" back at her. They checked for signs of forced entry. Maybe he had come in through a window or a back door, or from another part of the house. Maybe he had slipped in long ago when a contractor had been there, or when she had left the door unlocked for a short time. Maybe he had been someone working in the area who noticed a quiet house with one woman living alone. The police could not say. They looked around, but nothing jumped out as a clear entry point. In the end, all they could do was make a report, advise her on new locks and safety, and tell her that whoever it was seemed to have left in a hurry. It was possible he had heard her shout. It was possible he had listened when she ran out and guessed she would not be coming back right away. Or maybe he had taken his chance and gotten out while she was gone and before the police arrived. Or maybe he had left earlier and she had only heard the last of his presence that night. For Jean, the details of how he got in didn't matter as much as the fact that he had been there at all. The idea that while she cooked, he might have been above the kitchen, watching through a hole. That while she was getting dressed in her bedroom, he could have been inches away, separated only by some thin material and a small opening. That while she slept, he could have been lying awake, listening to her breathing, deciding when to climb down and steal from her fridge. The part that haunted her most, she told my mum, was that moment when she spoke to him without knowing who he was. She thought she was yelling at rats or an old house. She didn't realize that she was talking to a stranger who had made himself at home in the space above her ceiling. When he shouted, "No!" back, she understood at last that there had been two people in that house the whole time, her and him. She didn't move back in right away. The thought of sleeping in that bedroom under that attic, knowing what had been going on above her for who knows how long, made her feel sick. Even after the police said it was safe, that he was gone, she struggled. It's hard to go back to normal when your normal place has been turned into someone else's hiding spot without your knowledge. When she told the whole story to my mum, it was over tea at our kitchen table again, like always. But this time, instead of laughing and joking, she spoke slowly, her hands wrapped tightly around her mug. She looked like someone who had just learned that a horror story can step into real life without any warning. Hearing it secondhand was enough to change the way I see things too. Now, whenever I'm in a quiet house and I hear a noise in the ceiling or the walls, I think of Jean. I think of that late-night scratching, the missing food, the peepholes, the voice yelling back. Most noises really are just old pipes or wind or a house settling. Most missing snacks really are just forgetfulness. But every once in a while, there's a story like hers that reminds you that sometimes the explanation is much worse. And my mom's friend Jean had someone secretly living in her attic. He watched her through tiny holes. He stole her food. He listened to her private life from a few feet above her head. And then, when she finally lost her patience and told the noise to shut up, he answered like he had every right to be there, and then disappeared before anyone could find out who he really was. When I was 12, my cousin, he was 12 too, and I were just hanging out at my house one Saturday. It was one of those days where nothing was planned. We just wanted to get outside and do something fun. We decided to rollerblade over to the elementary school about half a mile away. Our plan was simple: throw the football around, run a little, enjoy being kids. The road to the school didn't have sidewalks, but the streets were wide enough that we could share the space with cars safely. We weren't in the middle of the city, but we weren't completely in the country either. It was the edge of the suburban area, where the larger county homes met the city houses, so it was a little undeveloped. Big yards, big houses, but not crowded. As we skated along, enjoying the warm Saturday air, a beat-up old SUV drove by. At first, I didn't think much of it, but then it slowed down right in front of us. The car went from what looked like 40 miles per hour down to about 10, keeping pace with us for a good 15 or 20 seconds. My first thought was that the driver was lost or looking for a house, but it made me uneasy. Eventually, the SUV took off, turning right at the intersection near the school. I tried to brush it off and kept skating, but there was a little knot of worry in my stomach. When we crossed the intersection and reached the school, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. The same SUV was parked on the street across from us. I froze for a second, staring at it. The driver had turned around and parked facing us. Then the car drove into the school parking lot and stopped. Suddenly, all the nervousness I had been ignoring became real. My parents had always drilled into me about the dangers of being alone and about strangers, and now the warning bells in my head were screaming. I didn't want to panic, so I kept my voice calm and didn't tell my cousin anything yet. We started tossing the football, trying to act normal. We played for about 45 minutes, but I kept glancing at the SUV. It didn't move. It just stayed there, like it was waiting. My cousin didn't seem as worried as I was, so I tried to ignore it, but my heart was pounding. Finally, just before we decided to head back, I told him about the car. His reaction was mixed. He thought maybe it was just someone taking a break or parked there for another reason. We agreed to go back the same way we came because it was the quickest route home. But we both agreed to move fast. As we left the school, skating through the opposite side of the large parking lot, I felt a surge of panic. Almost immediately, the SUV pulled out behind us. At first, it was slow, keeping distance as we pushed ourselves to rollerblade faster. Then, the engine roared, and suddenly the SUV gunned it, heading straight toward us on the side of the road. Without thinking, we veered off into the trees that lined the side of the street. They weren't a full forest, just a thick patch in front of someone's yard, but they were dense enough to hide us. We crouched down, hearts pounding, holding our breath. The SUV came to a stop nearby, but we didn't hear the car door open. It just sat there, idling for what felt like an eternity. It was probably less than a minute, but every second stretched out like forever. Just as I was beginning to wonder if we'd been spotted, another car drove down the street. The driver honked at the SUV, and finally, it drove off. We stayed hidden just a few more seconds to be sure, then cautiously came out of the trees. Once the other car had passed, we made a beeline straight for home. Looking back now, it feels like it could have been a potential kidnapping. I still don't know why the driver didn't follow us into the trees or even come into the school parking lot while we were there. Maybe he was just scouting. Maybe he got spooked. Or maybe it was some guys messing around. But the fact that he parked in the school lot for so long makes me doubt that it was just a prank. Whatever the case, it was one of the most terrifying experiences of my life. Even now, when I think about it, there's no logical conclusion. There was no confrontation, no interaction, no way to know what the person's intentions were. Yet, we had multiple chances where things could have gone horribly wrong. The fear wasn't just in the moment, it stuck with me. a reminder of how unpredictable things can be, even when you think you're just having a normal day. That day, a simple rollerblading trip turned into something that made me feel truly vulnerable for the first time in my life. This really did happen last night, and even now, just thinking about it makes my skin crawl. I'm not the kind of person who jumps to ghosts or demons or anything like that. I like to think I'm pretty level-headed, but whatever that sound was on the phone, it was like nothing I've ever heard before in my life, and I still don't have an answer that makes sense. My girlfriend works late. Most nights she gets home around midnight, sometimes a little earlier, sometimes a little later, depending on how her shift goes. We have a pretty normal routine. She texts me when she's off. I usually call her after she gets home. We talk for a bit, maybe watch something together over the phone, then crash. Nothing dramatic, nothing wild. Just two tired people trying to get through the week. Last night I got caught up in a serious conversation with a friend. I'd been going through some personal stuff. Stress from work, money problems. There's some family issues piling up, and I was venting to him over the phone. The conversation got heavy. We started talking about what I'd do if something really bad ever happened, how much I rely on my girlfriend, how afraid I am of losing people. I remember saying something like, if anything ever happened to her, I don't know what I'd do. At the time it was just me talking, not thinking the universe was going to test me on it. When I finally looked at the time, it was already around 12:45 a.m. My girlfriend had messaged me earlier to say she was off work and heading home, but I hadn't called her back yet. I figured she'd be on the couch by now, probably in comfy clothes, zoning out in front of the TV after a long shift. I hung up with my friend, opened my recent calls, and hit her name. I remember the way the room felt right then. Dark except for the light from the TV and my phone screen. Quiet, but in that weird late-night way where every little sound seems louder. The call started ringing, and I pressed the phone to my ear, expecting her sleepy voice. Maybe a joke about me finally remembering she exists. It rang a few times. Then the sound cut off and the line picked up. But no one said anything. At first I thought maybe she'd hit the answer button and then drop the phone or set it down or something like that. I could hear something, but it wasn't breathing exactly. It was like someone was very slowly exhaling into the phone. Not normal breathing, or not steady or casual. It sounded dragged out and deliberate, like someone was holding their breath and letting it escape in one long stream through their mouth. It wasn't super loud, but it was close, right next to the microphone. I said her name, once, then again, louder. "Hey, you there?" No answer, just that strange exhale. It didn't sound like my girlfriend. It didn't sound like a woman at all. It didn't even really sound human after a few seconds. It was wrong in a way that's hard to explain. My brain kept trying to force it into a normal box. Maybe it's wind, maybe it's static, maybe it's just the line, but deep down, it felt wrong. I remember standing up without even realizing I'd moved. My heart started to speed up. I said her name again, sharper this time, half annoyed, half uneasy. Right then, in the middle of that strange, long breath on the line, I heard a sound that made every part of me lock up. It was a snapping noise. Not a little crack, not like a twig breaking. It was deep, sharp, and thick, like something big and solid, giving way all at once. The first stupid thought that hit me was that it sounded like a bone breaking. Not just any bone either, but a big one. A human femur. I'd heard a recording once in some documentary years ago, and this sound slammed right into that memory so hard that I felt it in my stomach. Right after that snap, there was a pause. a dead, a heavy silence that felt like the whole world was holding its breath. Then, faint but clear, somewhere in the background of the call, I heard a man screaming. It didn't sound like it was right next to the phone. It sounded distant, like he was across a large room or down a hallway. It wasn't a quick shout or something playful. It was a long, panicked scream, the kind that starts low and rises up like it's being ripped out of a person's chest. There was something raw in it, and something desperate and terrified. It sounded like real pain. My body reacted faster than my thoughts. My brain tried to come up with logical explanations. Maybe it's a TV on in the background. Maybe she butt-dialed someone. Maybe this is some weird glitch. But my heart was already racing, and all I could think was, she's in trouble. Something is happening to her right now. I don't even know when I hung up or if the call just cut out. 1 second, I had the phone pressed to my ear, though the scream still echoing in my head, and the next second I was grabbing my keys and bolting for the door. I live about 3 minutes away from her place if traffic is light, and at that hour, the roads are almost empty. All I cared about was getting there as fast as physically possible. I ran down to the parking lot, jumped into my truck, and tore out of there. The speedometer climbed past what I would ever admit to doing in daylight. I remember seeing 120 on the freeway at one point. My hands were locked so tight on the steering wheel that my knuckles hurt. The whole time I was driving, I kept jabbing at my girlfriend's name on my phone, redialing over and over, my eyes flicking between the empty road and the screen. Every time it rang without an answer, my chest got tighter. Every time it went to voicemail, my imagination came up with a worse picture. Someone in her house, her trying to fight them off, her on the floor, hurt, bleeding, alone. I saw every bad scenario at once. I also felt sick thinking about that sound. In my mind, that snap had turned into her leg breaking. That scream had somehow turned into her voice, even though I knew it hadn't sounded like her. Panic messes with logic. By the time I pulled up into the parking lot near her condo, I was shaking. I parked fast, not even caring if I was straight, threw the door open, and reached for my gun. I keep a Springfield XDM .45 for home defense. I don't brag about it. It's just something I have for emergencies that I hope never come. In that moment, my brain decided this was exactly what I had it for. I grabbed it, checked it in one fast motion, and sprinted toward her place. Everything around me felt sharper, the way the cool night air hit my face, the sound of my boots on the concrete, the shadows around the stairwell. I was so wired that every shape and sound felt like it might turn into a threat. Clearly, that much adrenaline is not healthy. I didn't bother trying to be quiet. If someone was in there hurting her, they already knew. I rushed up the stairs and shoved her door open, ready for the worst. I had already decided in my head that if anyone other than my tiny 5-foot-tall girlfriend was in that living room, I wasn't going to hesitate. Instead, I burst into a totally normal scene. She was sitting on the couch, legs crossed, wrapped in a blanket, watching Better Off Ted on the TV. The room was lit by that soft glow you get from a TV at night. There were dishes on the coffee table from the food she must have eaten after work. She turned her head at the sound of me coming in, eyes wide and startled, like I was the crazy one for charging in like that. For a second, my brain couldn't catch up. I was still half in that world of screaming and snapping bones and worst-case scenarios, and here she was, completely safe, looking at me like, "Oh, what the hell is wrong with you?" The contrast was so strong that it made the whole thing feel surreal. I put the gun away as soon as I registered that it was actually her, and there was no one else there. My hands were still trembling as I holstered it and stepped farther into the room. She saw my face, and her expression changed from surprise to concern. "What's going on?" she asked. "Why are you here like that? You called a bunch of times. I saw my phone lighting up from upstairs. But I was in the middle of an episode and figured I'd call you back." I tried to explain, but at first the words didn't come out right. I just kept saying, "Something's wrong, something's wrong," until I forced myself to slow down. I told her about calling her, about the weird breathing noise, about the snap, about the scream. I told her how she hadn't said anything on the line at all. I told her I thought she was being attacked, and that's why I drove over like a maniac. She frowned and said, My phone's upstairs. I left it on the charger. I haven't touched it since I got home." That didn't match what I'd just experienced at all, so we went upstairs together to check. Her phone was lying on her nightstand, plugged in, screen dark. She picked it up, and sure enough, there were 8 missed calls from me. 8, all within a short time period while I'd been losing my mind on the road. And there was one new voicemail notification. That stopped me cold, because I knew I hadn't left a voicemail. Every single time it had either just rung out, gone dead, or I'd hung up in the middle because I was redialing again. The only call that got answered was the one where I heard that horrible noise. I hadn't listened long enough for it to go to voicemail, and I definitely hadn't waited for the beep and then just breathed creepily into the phone for 45 seconds. She opened the voicemail and put it on speaker. We both leaned in and listened. At first there was nothing, just dead quiet. No breathing, no background noise, nothing to tell you where it was recorded. We let it play, waiting for something to happen. The silence went on and on, long enough to be uncomfortable. Around the 40-second mark, we heard a faint rustling sound, like someone adjusting the phone slightly in their hand or brushing against fabric. Then the message cut off, and that was it. It wasn't the same as what I'd heard live. There was no snapping noise, no scream, no horrible exhale. Just empty space and a small sound at the end, like someone moving. But the fact that the phone company had somehow turned whatever happened into a voicemail when I swear I never left one made it even stranger. We replayed it a few times, turning the volume up, trying to catch anything in the background. Voices, TV, traffic, anything. There was nothing we could clearly make out. My girlfriend looked really shaken now. Before, she'd been half amused at me storming in like that, but seeing the missed calls, hearing the blank voicemail, and watching me go pale as I described the scream, she started to take it seriously. We tried to come up with rational explanations. Maybe my phone bugged out and connected to someone else's call by accident. Maybe the network glitched and we got crossed lines with some emergency call or a random argument somewhere. And maybe the breathing and the snap and the scream had nothing to do with her at all, and I just happened to hear it because of some freak technical problem. That idea actually made me feel worse in a way, like somewhere out there, something terrible was happening to someone, and I just listened in for a moment without being able to do anything. Another thought was that maybe what I heard wasn't what I thought I heard. Maybe my brain exaggerated it because I was tired and stressed. Maybe it was just static or interference that I turned into something worse. But I can still hear that scream in my head, clear as anything. I don't think I imagined it. We checked her recent calls just to be sure she hadn't called anyone else or somehow dialed another number by accident. Nothing. Just my calls and the usual stuff from earlier in the day. No weird outgoing calls. No unknown numbers. After a while, we just ran out of things to say. There's only so many times you can replay an empty voicemail and argue with yourself about what you heard before it starts driving you more crazy. We went back downstairs. The TV was still paused on Better Off Ted, frozen in the middle of some light, funny scene that didn't match the heavy feeling in the room at all. I ended up staying the night, even though I usually go back to my own place. I couldn't bring myself to leave her alone after that. I double-checked every window and door, or tested the locks, checked the closets like some nervous parent in a horror movie. I took my .45 out and set it on the bedside table within easy reach. That's not something I normally do, but my nerves were shredded and I wasn't taking chances, even if I had no idea what exactly I thought I was protecting us from. We tried to go to sleep, but my body wouldn't calm down. Every little creak of the building settling, every car door outside, or every distant siren or muffled voice made me tense up again. She eventually drifted off next to me, but I stayed awake, my eyes on the ceiling, my thoughts going in circles. When it got too quiet and my mind started to replay that scream, I'd quietly grab my phone and put on some movie just for background noise, letting it play while the screen faced down so the light wouldn't wake her. I don't think I slept at all. Maybe I dozed for a few minutes here and there, but that was it. When the sky started to lighten outside, I felt like I had been awake for days. The whole night felt stretched out and unreal, like time had been dragging its feet. Today I'm exhausted, but that sound is still fresh in my head. The long, unnatural exhale, the sharp, bone-like snap, and that terrible, distant scream. I keep trying to talk myself into a logical explanation because I know phones glitch, calls cross, and weird things happen with technology all the time. But the feeling I had in that moment, the way my body reacted before my brain caught up, tells me that whatever I heard was real. I don't know where that call came from, how it got connected to me, why it showed up as a voicemail I never left, or what exactly was happening on the other end of the line. All I know is that for a few seconds, I believed with everything in me that my girlfriend was in danger, and I've never moved so fast in my life. She's fine. She was fine the whole time. The night ended with us just sitting there, tired and uneasy, watching movies until morning, with my gun sitting quietly by the bed, ready for something that never came. And as of right now, we still have absolutely no idea what those noises were or where they came from. Nobody in my family is the type to jump straight to ghosts or spirits when something weird happens. My dad especially is the kind of man who rolls his eyes at anything paranormal. He believes in what he can see, measure or read about in a science book. My mom is a little more open to strange things, but even she doesn't go around talking about signs or psychic dreams. That's part of why this still bothers me so much. It doesn't fit with how I see the world. I don't believe in fortune tellers. I don't believe dreams can tell the future, and I've always thought that kind of stuff was nonsense. I still do, honestly. But what happened when I was 14 has stayed with me all these years, and I still can't find a simple way to explain it to myself. This was back in 2007. I was 14, awkward, and more emotional than I wanted anyone to know. At that age, my whole world was basically school, video games, a few friends, my family, and my dog, Frisco. Frisco wasn't just a dog to me, and he was my best friend. He was there for most of my childhood, always at my side, always happy to see me, even when I felt like nobody else understood me. He was the kind of dog who knew when you were upset and would just sit there, quietly leaning against you. If I was having a bad day, I'd lie on the floor, and he'd put his head on my chest and sigh, like he was taking some of that sadness out of me. He slept near my bed almost every night. His paws on the floor, his breathing, the little snuffling sounds he made in his sleep, that was the background noise of my childhood nights. There was another person in my life back then who meant a lot to me, my great uncle Holly. He wasn't just some distant relative we saw once a year. He had basically taken the place of a grandfather for me. He was there for birthdays, holidays, random weekends. He was the older man in my life who told me stories about the old days, made dumb jokes, slipped me a little cash sometimes, and treated me like I mattered. He had this quiet strength I admired. He wasn't loud or showy. He just existed in a solid way. When he was in the room, you felt like things were a little more stable. He would sit in his chair, laugh at TV shows, talk with my parents, and every now and then pull me aside to ask how I was really doing. He was just there for me in this gentle, constant way. So those were two of my favorite beings on the planet, my dog Frisco and my great uncle Holly. Before this happened, I never thought twice about dreams. I'd have the usual ones, being late to school, falling, flying, weird random stuff, and wake up and forget them in a few minutes. I thought people who claimed dreams could predict anything were full of it. Fortune tellers, people who say, I dreamed this and then it came true. All that. I thought it was just people seeing patterns where there weren't any. One night in 2007, I went to bed like normal. Nothing special about that day. I didn't go to sleep with a bad feeling. I wasn't sick. I hadn't watched a horror movie. It was just an ordinary night for a 14-year-old. And then I had the dream. It didn't feel like a normal, fuzzy, random dream. It was clear, sharp, like a memory, except it hadn't happened yet. In the dream, I knew something was wrong before I even saw anything. There was this heavy feeling, like the air itself hurt. I remember holding something in my hands and looking down. In the dream, my dog was dead, not just sick, not just hurt, gone. There was no scene of him dying, no long hospital or vet visit in the dream. It just jumped straight to the part that hit the hardest. I was holding his ashes in my hand. Not a whole urn, like the ones you see on TV, but a small amount of grey, powdery ash, warm, like it had just come from somewhere. I knew, without anyone telling me, that it was Frisco, my best friend, my partner in crime, my comfort. I remember how strong the grief felt inside the dream. It wasn't dream-style sadness. It felt exactly like real pain. My chest hurt, my throat hurt, my head hurt. I was crying in the dream, saying his name over and over again. Frisco, Frisco, Frisco. I remember thinking, how can he be gone? He was fine. He was right here. How did this happen? Almost before I could process that, the dream shifted. 1 second I was holding those ashes. The next, I was in a different place. Oh, and there was a lot of blood. My great-uncle Holly was there, but something was terribly wrong. There was so much blood that my brain tried to make sense of it in the only way it could. I thought he must have been shot. In the dream, that was my explanation. People only lose that much blood on TV when they've been shot or stabbed. I couldn't actually see a gun or a wound clearly, but I knew he was dying from an insane amount of blood loss. I remember the red color more than anything, and the feeling of panic and helplessness. I don't know exactly what I said or did in the dream. I just know there was this sick feeling of losing two of the most important beings in my life, one right after the other, like some cruel chain reaction. My dog dies. I barely have time to take that in before my great uncle is dying too, right in front of me in a flood of blood. It was too much. Even in the dream, it was too much. Then I woke up. I didn't slowly drift awake. And I snapped out of that dream like someone had shoved me. I sat up in bed, and I was already crying. Not the kind of tears you get when you watch a sad movie and feel bad. Full, shaking sobs. My pillow was damp. My chest hurt. My throat hurt from the noise I was making. I was crying like everything I'd just dreamed had really happened. It was the first true night terror I'd ever had. I didn't even know to call it that at the time. I just knew I was terrified and heartbroken. And I didn't fully understand why, because if I looked around my room, everything was fine. But emotionally, it felt like my world had ended. I stumbled out of bed and went to find my mom, still sobbing, barely able to talk. I kept saying, "Frisco is dead. Frisco is dead. Frisco is dead," over and over. I was hysterical. I was begging her to tell me what had happened to him, even though logically I had just woken up. My mom tried to calm me down, telling me it was just a bad dream, but I was so sure. It didn't feel like just a dream. It felt like I had actually watched him die, or at least held what was left of him. I remember grabbing onto her like I was afraid if I let go, something worse would happen. And then Frisco walked into the room. He must have heard me crying or heard the movement and came to see what was going on. He walked up to me, tail wagging, head tilted, that usual worried dog expression that says, "What's wrong with my human?" I dropped to my knees and threw my arms around him, still crying, burying my face in his fur. He was warm, solid, alive. His heart thumped steadily against my cheek. He licked at my face like he was trying to fix it, like he always did when I was upset. It was the strangest mix of relief and confusion. In my mind, he had just died. I had just held his ashes. But here he was, completely fine, just a little confused about why I was acting like the sky had fallen. My mom, of course, told me it was just a nightmare. She hugged me, reassured me, told me Frisco was okay, told me to try to go back to sleep. Eventually, once I had calmed down a bit, I did. But something about that dream stuck with me. It was sharper than other dreams. It felt more real. I could still picture the ashes in my hand and the blood around my uncle. The next day, I told her again about the dream in more detail. She listened, took it in, and tried to comfort me. My dad, and when he heard about it, brushed it off in his usual rational way. "Dreams are just your brain being weird," he'd say. "You love the dog and your uncle. Your brain mashed them together in a sad way. That's all." I tried to believe that. I wanted to believe that. I kept telling myself it was just a nightmare that hit me harder than usual. About a week later, something happened that made that dream feel like it had reached into real life. My little sister was petting Frisco one day, running her hands along his legs like she always did, when she stopped and frowned. She felt something under the skin. Little lumps. She called my mom over, and my mom checked. There they were, small, firm bumps under the fur, under the skin, that weren't supposed to be there. My parents took him to the vet. I remember waiting at home, nervous, trying not to be dramatic. Dogs get weird bumps sometimes, right? Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's just fat or a benign tumor, or something that can be removed. People told me that. I tried to hold on to that. But the vet did tests, and it wasn't nothing. He had lymphoma, cancer. The word felt like a punch to the gut when my parents told me. I was 14. I knew enough to realize that cancer in a dog, especially certain types, rarely ends well. They gave us the month he was officially diagnosed, February. And then, like a slow, painful countdown, we watched him get sicker and weaker. He died on April 13th. Watching him fade was one of the hardest things I've ever gone through. The happy, energetic dog who used to run to the door whenever someone came home moved slower and slower. His eyes still loved us, but his body was giving up. We tried to make his last days as gentle as we could. Extra treats, soft places to sleep, all the love in the world. But love doesn't beat lymphoma. At some point in that process, it hit me like a wave. I had dreamed about him dying before we even knew he was sick. I had dreamed about holding his ashes. When he finally did pass, we chose to have him cremated. And there I was later, holding those ashes in real life, just like I had in the dream. The weight of that hit me hard. It wasn't vague anymore. It wasn't, oh, I dreamt of something bad happening, and something bad did happen. It was specific. The night after we said goodbye to him, I remembered again that in my dream, right after my dog died, my great uncle died too. One, then the other. Like falling dominoes, it made my stomach twist. I tried not to think about it. I told myself, it doesn't mean anything. Coincidence. Just your brain being cruel to you. Don't go there. A week passed. I was deep in grief over Frisco. The house felt emptier. Every time I walked through a room, I half expected to see him. I would hear a noise and think it was his paws before I remembered it couldn't be. I cried a lot. I missed him constantly. The dream played in my head over and over, not helping at all. Then we got the phone call. It came like any other call, just a ring that cut through whatever small moment we were in. My parents answered, and I watched their faces change while they listened. There's a certain look people get when they're hearing very bad news for the first time. I saw it happen in real time. My great-uncle Holly was dead. He had died in his sleep. That alone would have been shocking enough, but the way it happened made my blood run cold when I heard it. He had choked on his own blood. I don't know every medical detail, but that was the phrase that reached us. Choked on his own blood. Something went wrong, maybe in his throat, maybe in his lungs, and he lost a lot of blood internally, which then came up while he was sleeping. He basically drowned in it. It wasn't a bullet like my brain had filled in during the dream, but the part that had stuck with me from the dream wasn't gun. It was a crazy amount of blood loss. Dog dies. Then great uncle, who was like a grandfather, dies from a shocking amount of blood. Exactly like in the dream. I remember just sitting there and crying again. But this time it wasn't only grief. It was this deep, confused fear. I felt like I had watched a twisted preview of my own life months earlier, and then had to live it for real. Part of me wanted to scream, I knew this was going to happen. And another part wanted to deny it completely and say, no, you're just connecting dots because it's painful, and your brain is trying to make sense of it. My mom remembered the dream very clearly because I had woken her up crying that night and begged her to tell me Frisco was okay. She was the one I had told all the details to. When everything actually happened, first the lymphoma, then his death, then my great-uncle's awful death, she started bringing it up sometimes. Not in a casual way, but in this quiet voice, like she was afraid of the story and fascinated by it at the same time. My dad, the full-on skeptic, also had to pause at this one. He still doesn't say he believes in anything paranormal, and I don't think he does, but even he has admitted that this specific chain of events unnerved him. He'll say things like, it was a coincidence, a horrible coincidence. Our brains only remember the dreams that match real life. They forget all the others. And I get that logic. I've even used it myself to try to feel normal about it. But when I think about that night, about how clear the dream was, how specific the order was, how strong the emotions were, and how close the real events matched it, it's hard for me to just shrug and say, yeah, pure chance. Especially when I've never had another dream like that before or since. There were even other small things from that same dream that ended up lining up with reality in ways that bothered me. Tiny details that would seem meaningless to anyone else, something someone said, the way a room looked, the order a few things happened in, ended up reflecting pieces of what happened in the months after. They weren't as big or dramatic as the deaths themselves, but they were there, like echoes. Because the whole thing scared me, I tried for a while to come up with some neat explanation. One idea I had was that maybe it was a dream within a dream. You know those times when you dream you woke up, but you're actually still dreaming? I thought, maybe I dreamed that first part months later and just convinced myself it had happened earlier. But my mum shuts that down every time. She remembers the original night too clearly. She remembers me waking her, crying that Frisco was dead, long before he was diagnosed. She remembers me telling her about my great-uncle bleeding to death in the same dream, months before his real death. And I've also tried the maybe I noticed something before anyone else did angle. Maybe deep down, I knew something was wrong with Frisco even before the lumps showed up. Maybe he moved a little slower or breathed a little differently, and my brain picked that up and translated it into a dramatic dream about him dying. That could explain his part, at least partly, but it doesn't explain the timing, the ashes, or my great-uncle's death in so similar a way. I keep coming back to this. I don't want this to be proof of anything supernatural. I don't want to believe in hidden powers or premonitions. That's not how I see the world. I still think fortune tellers and people who claim to see the future on demand are, to use my old teenage phrasing, complete nonsense. But this one dream, from when I was 14, is like a splinter I can't pull out of my mind. It's the only time something like this has ever happened to me. I've never had another dream since that predicted anything important, not even close. Every other dream has been the usual random mix of stress, memories, and weirdness. Nothing else has played out in real life the way that one did. If it was some kind of gift, it showed up once, burned me, and disappeared. To this day, my mum will sometimes say, "Remember that dream you had about Frisco and Holly?" And we'll both sit there for a moment in that quiet, heavy space, and not really knowing what to say next. My dad will shake his head if it comes up, not in disbelief that it happened, but in discomfort that he can't fit it into his usual logical view easily. I know a lot of people won't believe me. If I read this from a stranger on the internet, a big part of me would look for any normal explanation too. It sounds like the exact kind of story people make up or twist in their memory. I've tried to tear it apart in my own head over and over, to smooth it into something simple and reasonable. But no matter how many times I turn it over, no matter how I try to reframe it, I always come back to the same basic truth. When I was 14, I had a dream that my dog died, and I held his ashes. Right after that, in the same dream, my great-uncle died in a huge amount of blood. Months later, my dog was diagnosed with lymphoma and died on April 13th. A week after that, my great-uncle, who was like a grandfather to me, died choking on his own blood in his sleep. I can't rationalize it in a way that completely satisfies me. I understand if no one else can either. All I know is that it happened, and it stayed in my mind ever since, like a line that connects that one night in 2007 to everything that came after. When I talk about this, I always feel like I have to start by saying, I know how it sounds. If I read this online from a stranger, I might not believe it either. But I lived it. My boyfriend's family lived some of it with me. And no matter how I try to explain it away, I still come back to those same 2 nights that shook me more than anything else in my life. My boyfriend died from an accidental drug overdose. Writing that out feels so simple compared to what it actually was. It wasn't just he used drugs and died. He was a person. He was funny and kind and stupid and sweet and complicated, and he made mistakes. He slipped up, and that one mistake cost him everything. It happened fast. One day we were talking about normal things, stupid small things like what we were going to eat and where we were going to go next weekend, and then suddenly he was just gone. No goodbye, no slow warning, just gone. After he passed, I spent almost every weekend at his mom's house. Well, part of it was for her, and part of it was for me. We were both trying to cope, and somehow being together made it a tiny bit easier. His mom had lost her son. I had lost the person I thought I was going to spend the rest of my life with. We would sit in the kitchen and talk about him, tell stories, cry, laugh, cry again. It hurt, but it also helped. It felt like keeping him alive in some small way. His room was in the basement, and it still felt like he had never left. His bed was there, unmade the way he used to leave it. His clothes were still in the drawers, his favorite blanket, his pillow, the little things he kept next to his bed. His smell was still in the fabric. Every time I walked down those stairs, it felt like I should see him sitting on the edge of the bed, looking up at me with that half smile he always had when I came over. Less than a month after he died, I started this habit of sleeping in his bed when I stayed over. It sounds strange to some people, but it made sense to me then. I missed him so much that I wanted to be close to anything that had been his. I would put on his pajamas, the ones that were always a little too big on me, but still soft and warm. I would wrap myself in his favorite blanket and put my head on his pillow, closing my eyes and pretending, for just a second, that he had just gotten up to get a drink or go to the bathroom and would be back soon. His mum never made me feel weird about it. I think part of her liked knowing someone was using his things and loving him in that room the way he always had. Sometimes we'd talk before I went to bed, and she'd tell me another memory about him as a little kid. Then I'd go downstairs, turn off the lights, and lie there in the dark, surrounded by his stuff, feeling the ache of missing him so badly it almost felt like a physical pain. One of those weekends, I had also picked up his brother. The plan was simple: hang out together, spend time with his mom, try to feel less alone. His brother and I were close in that weird way that grief makes people close. We both loved the same person, and now we were both walking around with a hole in our lives where he used to be. That night, I went to bed in the basement like usual. I was in his bed, wearing his pajamas, under his blanket, on his pillow. I lay there for a while, thinking about him, playing back old conversations in my head. I wondered if he was okay, wherever he was. I wondered if he knew how much I missed him, how much his family hurt without him. Eventually, still thinking about him, I drifted off. I don't know when the dream started. There was no clear, now I'm dreaming moment. It just sort of slipped over me. At first, I thought I was awake. I was lying in the same bed, in the same basement, in the same clothes, under the same blanket. Everything looked and felt exactly the same. The air felt heavy. The darkness felt thicker somehow, like a weight instead of just an absence of light. Then I felt something wrong in my body. It started with a tightness in my throat. At first it felt like a lump, like when you're about to cry and you try to hold it in. Then it got worse. It was like invisible hands were closing around my throat, or like my throat was swelling shut from the inside. I tried to swallow and couldn't. I tried to take a breath and nothing happened. Panic hit me fast and hard. I opened my mouth to gasp, but the air wasn't coming. My chest burned. My body started to fight the way it does when you hold your breath too long underwater. My instinct kicked in, screaming in my head, breathe, breathe, breathe. But I couldn't. It felt like I was choking on nothing and everything at the same time. I reached up and clutched my throat with my hands, digging my fingers into my own skin like I could somehow open it by force. I was drenched in sweat, like my body was on fire and freezing all at once. My heart was racing so hard it felt like it might burst. I tried to scream. In my mind, I was screaming his name, screaming for help, screaming for someone, anyone, to come and save me. I was begging the universe not to let me die there, alone, in his bed, the same way he had died alone in a different room. I pushed my voice as hard as I could. Nothing came out. My mouth was open, my throat was straining, but there was no sound, no air, no scream, nothing. It was like I was trapped inside my own body, locked behind a wall of silence while I was dying. The terror of that, feeling like you are about to die and not even being able to call for help, is something I don't think I'll ever forget. It felt like it went on forever, but at the same time, it was probably only seconds or minutes. Time gets strange when you're that afraid. Suddenly I jerked awake. I gasped, sucking in air like I'd been underwater too long. My lungs burned, my throat hurt. My whole body was shaking and soaked in sweat. I remember thinking, oh my God, thank God it was just a nightmare. I lay there, breathing hard, trying to calm down, trying to tell myself I was okay. But the thing is, I wasn't really awake. Without realizing it, I had gone from one layer of the dream into another. It was a false awakening. In this second layer, everything still looked exactly the same. Same bed, same blanket, same room. I thought I was awake because I'd just woken up from the choking dream. I really believed I was back in reality. Then it started all over again. The tightness came back in my throat, worse this time because I thought I'd just escaped it. The air was gone again. My chest was on fire. My body started thrashing, desperate. I grabbed at my throat, nails digging in, trying to tear away whatever invisible thing was cutting off my breath. I tried to scream again. Again, no sound came out. Over and over in my head, I was yelling, "Help me! Please, someone help me!" I tried to call out for his mom upstairs, for his brother, for anyone, but it felt like I was invisible and soundless. No one could hear me. No one could reach me. I was trapped in this horrible, silent, suffocating loop where it felt like I was dying alone. That helplessness, more than anything, scared me. It felt so real. The sweat on my skin, the pounding of my heart, the burning in my lungs, the terror in my chest. I honestly believed I was dying there, in the same house where he had died, in the bed where he used to sleep. And then, finally, I actually woke up. This time when I gasped, air rushed into my lungs for real. It hurt, but in a good way, like my body was saying, yes, this is what you needed. I sat up, still clutching at my throat, breathing in big, sharp breaths. My hair was soaked. The blanket was damp. My clothes were stuck to my skin with sweat. I could feel my heart still racing under my ribs. The basement was quiet and empty. No one was down there with me. There was no one reaching for my throat, no visible danger, nothing out of place, Just his stuff, his bed, his smell, and me, shaking and wide-eyed in the dark. For a long time, I just sat there, trying to understand what had happened. I had never had a dream that vivid before. I had never woken up drenched in sweat like that. I had never had a nightmare that came in layers, making me think I had escaped it when I was still trapped inside it. The whole thing unsettled me in a way that's hard to explain with simple words like scary or freaky. Eventually, when morning came and his mom and his brother were awake, I told them what happened. His mom and I had already shared a few strange stories since he passed. Little things that made us both pause and wonder if he was still around in some way. She listened to every detail of my nightmare, the choking, the gasping, the false wake-ups, the feeling of being completely alone and unable to be heard. As I was finishing telling her, his brother walked into the room. He had just woken up and caught the tail end of what I was saying. He asked what we were talking about. So his mom and I told him about my dream. He got this weird look on his face. Then he said that in the middle of the night, he and his friend, who had been staying over too, had both suddenly woken up at the exact same time and screamed, "Help!" out loud. They looked at each other, confused, asked each other what was wrong, and neither of them really knew. They were both just scared for no clear reason. After a moment of being puzzled, they shrugged it off and went back to sleep, thinking it was nothing. Hearing that made my skin prickle. While I was downstairs, trapped in this nightmare of choking, silently screaming and feeling like I was dying alone, his brother and his friend both woke up upstairs at the same time and actually yelled for help out loud. And then, just like that, it passed for them. The idea that three of us, all connected to him, all in the same house, had such a strong, strange, fear-filled experience on the same night is something I still can't fully wrap my head around. Was it all just shared stress and grief playing tricks on our minds? Or was it something else? Was he trying to reach out to us somehow? Did I feel the way he died? Did they pick up on it too in their own way? I don't know. I just know that I have never had another dream that intense in my life before or since. And I know that his brother and his friend's experience that same night lines up in a way that is hard for me to completely ignore. That wasn't the only strange thing that happened after he died. There was also the phone call. One night, not long after all of this, and I had another experience that I tried very hard to tell myself was just a dream. I wanted it to be just a dream, because the truth of it scared me even more than it comforted me. But if it was a dream, my phone didn't seem to agree. It was late, around 3 a.m. That time of night when everything is quiet, the world feels thin, and your thoughts get louder. I was half asleep, drifting in and out, that hazy state where you're not completely gone but not fully awake either. Then my phone rang. The sound cut through the darkness and the half-sleep like a sharp blade. I remember rolling over, confused, blinking at the screen. On the display it said, "Private." No name, no number, just that word. My first thought was confusion. Who calls at 3 a.m. from a private number? I answered. As soon as I pressed the button and lifted the phone to my ear, I heard his voice. Not a voice that sounded kind of like his. Not a fuzzy, far-away voice I could barely make out. It was his voice. The exact tone, the exact way he said my name, the little rise and fall in his words that I knew so well. I remember freezing, my whole body going still, because for a second my brain couldn't accept it. He was dead. I knew he was dead. I had seen the pain in his family's faces, gone through the funeral, cried until I couldn't see straight. And yet there he was, talking to me like he always did. We talked for what felt like 3 minutes or so. I don't remember every single word like a script, but I remember the most important parts. He told me he loved me. He told me how sorry he was for everything that had happened, for the way he died, for the pain it caused me and his family. His voice didn't sound scared or in pain. It sounded sad, but calm. There was this deep, heavy regret in it, but also a kind of peace. I remember crying, telling him I loved him too, or telling him how much I missed him, how much it hurt without him. I remember asking him why. I remember my heart feeling like it was breaking all over again and healing at the same time, just from hearing him say those words. Then the call ended. I don't remember if he said goodbye in a clear way or if it just sort of faded. I just know that suddenly the line was quiet and I was staring at my phone screen in the dark. After that, I fell asleep again at some point, my mind and body exhausted from the emotion. When I woke up in the morning, part of me was ready to tell myself, that was just a dream. Of course it was just a dream. Your brain made it up because you miss him so much. That's all. I wanted to believe that, because the idea that he had actually called me from wherever he was felt too big, too strange. But another part of me remembered how clear his voice had been, how it had sounded like a real phone call, not a dream conversation. That part of me needed proof one way or another. So I picked up my phone and opened the call log. There it was, a call listed around 3 in the morning, the same time I remembered it happening. The caller ID said private. The duration showed about 3 minutes. It wasn't just a blank line or a glitch. It was recorded there like every other normal call I get. Time, date, length. Seeing that on the screen hit me like a wave. If it had been a dream, and there shouldn't have been any record of it. You don't get call history from inside your own head. But there it was. Something had come through, reached my phone, connected for those minutes while I heard his voice and listened to him tell me he loved me and was sorry. At that moment, I stopped trying to convince myself I was crazy. I had wanted so badly to be able to say, I imagined it. I'm just losing it. But my phone didn't lie. It showed exactly what I remembered. A private call, around 3 a.m., lasting about 3 minutes. I 100% believe it was him, whatever you want to call it, spirit, energy, something we don't have words for yet. I believe he made contact with me that night. I know people will have other explanations. Some will say it was a random private caller and my brain filled in the rest. Some will say it was a glitch. Some will say I misread something. I've heard all the logical ways to try to explain it away, and if I hadn't lived it, I might have used those same explanations myself. But I did live it. I remember his voice. I remember the peace and the pain mixed together. I remember the shaking in my hands when I saw the call log in the morning. And I remember that, for the first time since he died, I felt like I had been able to say the things I needed to say and hear the things I needed to hear. Between the choking nightmare where I felt like I was dying in his bed, or the shared help moment with his brother and his friend, and then the 3 a.m. phone call that left a trace on my phone, I've had more strange, unexplainable experiences around his death than I ever thought I would in my life. I still don't know exactly what they mean. I still don't claim to understand how any of it works. I just know that I felt him, I heard him, and in some way I believe he reached out to us, to me, after he was gone. I used to joke about it sometimes like it was just a strange childhood story I'd bring up when I wanted to shock someone, but the truth is it never felt like a joke when it was happening. When I was a kid, I used to see something, someone, and even now I still don't fully understand what it was. Her name was Emily. I don't remember exactly when she first appeared, but I know I was young, maybe around 9 years old. What made it even stranger was that she only ever showed up outside the shower. Never in my bedroom, never in the living room, never anywhere else. Just there, waiting. She always looked the same. A small figure, maybe around 3 feet tall, wearing a long, worn-out dress that looked like it had been torn in places. Her hair was dark and hung straight down, with bangs that completely covered her eyes. You couldn't see what she was looking at, but you could feel it. It was like her gaze went right through you. When I was about 11, horror movies started getting popular around me, especially The Ring. I couldn't even handle the commercials. Something about that imagery hit too close to home, even if I couldn't explain why. My dad thought it was funny. He had a cruel sense of humor. Sometimes he would shut off the lights by flipping the fuse while I was in the bathroom, just to mess with me. My stepmom would stand outside and whisper or chant my name in a mocking tone. And the reason they did that was because I had made the mistake of telling them about Emily. Those moments made everything worse, but also stranger. Whenever they tried to scare me like that, Emily would disappear completely. It was like she wasn't part of their game. Like whatever she was, it had nothing to do with them. That always stuck with me. It felt personal, like whatever connection existed, it was just between me and her. She never spoke, not once. She didn't move much either. She would just stand there, outside the shower, silent and still, but somehow she reacted to me. Not in a normal way, more like she understood what I was thinking. If I focused on her, she would feel more present. If I tried to ignore her, she would fade a little, but never completely. Over time, I started trying to control it. I didn't want her showing up whenever she wanted, so I began setting rules in my head. I told myself that she wasn't allowed to just appear anywhere. If I was at my dad's house, then she had to stay there unless she followed me somewhere else. If I went to my mom's place, then she had to travel that distance before she could appear again. The problem was, my mind wouldn't leave it alone. I've always had an overactive imagination. If I tried to enforce those rules, my brain would fill in the gaps. If I was hours away somewhere, like visiting family with my mom in northern Pennsylvania, and I stepped into the shower, I tried to convince myself she couldn't be there yet. But the second I closed my eyes, my mind would start replaying the entire journey. Every road, every turn, every hill, every landmark. It was like watching a fast-forwarded movie inside my head, and as soon as that journey finished, she would be there, standing in the same spot, waiting. When I was 12, things in my life changed. I finally spoke up about my dad and what was going on at his house. I moved in with my mom after that. The environment was calmer, safer. Over time, Emily started appearing less often. She didn't go away, but there were longer and longer gaps between sightings. By the time I was 14, I felt like I had my life under control. I was more confident, more optimistic. I started focusing on the future, thinking about ideas, inventions, all the possibilities life had to offer. For a while, Emily felt like something that was fading into the past. Until one day, she reminded me she wasn't gone. I was home alone, just a normal day. I was in my underwear, blasting music in my head, singing out loud like an idiot because no one was there to hear me. It was one of those rare moments where you feel completely free, completely comfortable. And then I heard it, a giggle. It was quiet, but clear enough to stop me cold. Without even thinking, I laughed it off and said, "Okay, Emily, fuck off." like I was joking, like it didn't matter. I turned my head toward the hallway, expecting nothing. But I saw something. Just the edge of a face, pale and still, peeking from around the corner. The moment I focused on it, it pulled back, fast, like it had been caught. I caught a glimpse of dark hair trailing behind as it disappeared into the bathroom. Every part of my body reacted at once. I didn't think. I didn't question it. I just ran. I bolted straight out the front door, barefoot, still in my underwear, heart pounding so hard it felt like it was going to burst out of my chest, and the air outside felt sharp and cold against my skin, but I didn't care. I just needed to get away. As I stood there trying to catch my breath, I saw my best friend walking toward my house. He was into death metal, horror, all that stuff. Nothing really scared him. I must have looked insane, standing there half-dressed and shaking, because he immediately asked what was wrong. I didn't even explain. I just asked for his phone. I called my mum at work, barely able to get my words out. I started telling her everything about Emily, about what had just happened. But before I could finish, she cut me off. Her voice changed. She said, "Describe her." I hesitated for a second, then said, "She's small, maybe about 3 feet tall. She wears this torn dress." There was a pause. Then she said, slowly, "Does she have dark hair, covering her eyes?" And she just stares. My stomach dropped. I said, "Yeah, that's her. Why?" What she said next is something I've never been able to explain. She told me that when she was a child, she used to see the same girl. A little figure that would crawl out from under her bed. Not walk, crawl. And just like with me, it wouldn't speak. It would just stare at her. And whenever she screamed for help, it would crawl back under the bed and disappear. My mom had me young. She's not the kind of person to make things up like that, especially not about something so specific. And she knows me well enough to know I don't take things like this lightly. I've always cared about how I'm perceived, about being taken seriously. So hearing her confirm something that matched my experience so closely, it shook me in a way I can't really describe. After that day, something changed again. At some point, not long after, I remember saying, half joking, half serious, "If you leave me alone, you can haunt my kids instead." It sounds ridiculous now, like something a kid would say without thinking. But after that, she was gone, completely. No more appearances, no more glimpses, no more feeling of being watched when I closed my eyes in the shower. Nothing. Even now, years later, I still don't know what to make of it. Maybe there's a rational explanation buried somewhere in psychology, imagination, or stress. Maybe it was something my mind created to cope with what was happening around me at the time. Or maybe it wasn't. What stays with me isn't just what I saw. It's how consistent it was, how specific, and how my mom described the exact same thing without me giving her those details first. I can explain parts of it. I can question it. I can try to break it down logically. But I've never been able to fully dismiss it. Because for a long time, Emily felt very real. If you're still here, your nerves are stronger than most. Quick question while the next story loads in. Which story so far has stayed in your head the most? And why that one? Drop it in the comments as you listen. It's always interesting what hits different people the hardest. Ready? Let's go deeper. I was 9 years old when my family moved into that old Victorian house. Even now, years later, I can picture it perfectly if I close my eyes. It was big, taller than anything around it, with that kind of heavy, old look that makes you feel like a lot of people have lived and died there before you. Everyone else called it charming or full of character. To me, from the first day, it was just scary. Inside, the ceilings were high, the hallways were long and narrow, and the floors creaked even when nobody was walking on them. The wallpaper was old and faded in places, with little flowers that looked almost dead. The stairs curved up, and there always seemed to be some shadow sitting at the top, waiting. The house made noises all the time, pops, groans, soft thumps like someone moving in another room. My parents would say it was just the house settling, but I never believed that. I refused to go anywhere alone. I would stand at the bottom of the stairs and yell for someone to go up with me, even if I just needed something from my bedroom. If I had to go down the hallway to the bathroom, I'd run, flick on every light, and then run back. Even during the daytime, there were places in that house that made my skin crawl. At night, it was 10 times worse. Everyone in the family saw or heard things from time to time. Little stuff, but enough to notice. Out of the corner of your eye, you might see a figure move past a doorway when you knew everyone else was in the same room. You might hear whispers or a low murmur of voices somewhere above you when you were sitting downstairs. Doors that you were sure you'd left open would be closed. Objects moved a little from where you remembered leaving them. It was all that typical haunted house stuff people talk about. Except for us, it wasn't a movie, it was our home. My bedroom was on one side of the upper floor, while my older brother's bedroom was right next to mine. There was a door between our rooms set into the wall, like something left over from when the house was arranged differently. That door was my lifeline. I always kept it open at night so I could see his room and know that he was there. If that door had been shut, I don't think I would have slept at all. I needed to see that small spill of light, to hear him moving or breathing. It made me feel like I wasn't completely alone. Then most nights followed the same pattern. I'd get into bed, pull the covers up to my chin, and stare at that open doorway for as long as my eyes would let me. Only once I heard my brother snoring or rolling over or muttering in his sleep did I dare to close my eyes. Even then, I fell asleep fast because staying awake in that house, in the dark, made my imagination run wild. One night, though, everything was different. I don't know what time it was when I first woke up. The house was quiet in that heavy way it gets in the middle of the night. No car sounds outside, no TV noise, no one moving around. Just the occasional creak from the walls and the wind brushing against the old glass of the windows. I opened my eyes and looked up, and there it was. Right above me, floating in the air over my bed, was this object. It was small, about the size of a soda can, but instead of being round, it was square. Not a perfect glowing cube or anything like that, just a squarish, solid-looking thing hanging there in the dark. I couldn't tell if it was made of metal or plastic or something else. It didn't look like any toy I owned. It didn't look like anything we had in the house at all. Normally, if 9-year-old me had seen anything floating over my bed, I would have screamed, thrown the covers over my head, jumped up to run to my parents. Something. I was a jumpy, nervous kid in that house. But this time, I didn't freak out. Instead, I felt calm. It was the strangest thing. It was like someone had turned off the panic switch in my head. I wasn't happy or excited exactly, but there was this soft, peaceful feeling in my chest, like nothing could hurt me. A part of me knew I should be scared, but that voice felt very far away, like it was coming from down a long hallway. Mostly I felt safe. I couldn't take my eyes off the thing above me. After a moment, it started to move. Slowly, and it floated away from the center of the ceiling and drifted toward my bedroom door. Without really deciding to, I got out of bed. I didn't jump or rush. I moved like I was sleepwalking, except I know I wasn't asleep. I remember each step, the feeling of the floor under my feet, the way the air felt against my skin. It was like being in a trance. My body felt weightless, like I was being gently pulled along behind this object. It let me walk, but I wasn't leading. I was following. And the square shape glided out of my room and into the hallway. I went after it, barefoot and quiet. Normally that hallway scared me, especially at night. The shadows there always seemed too dark. But as I walked, I didn't feel any of that. The peaceful, safe feeling wrapped around me, and I just kept going. I went down the first flight of stairs, hand sliding along the banister out of habit. The stairs creaked like they always did, but the sound didn't bother me. I passed by the landing where family photos hung on the wall. Their faces looked back at me in the dimness, but I didn't stop. The floating object kept drifting, and I stayed right with it. We went down the second flight of stairs to the ground floor. The house was very dark. The only light came from small street lights leaking in through the windows, turning everything into faint shapes and shadows. I walked through the living room, past the big old couch where we watched TV, or past the coffee table where I did homework sometimes. The square shape led, and I followed without question. We moved through the kitchen, where the tile felt cold under my feet. The outline of the table and chairs was just barely visible. The fridge hummed softly. If I had been fully myself, I would have been terrified walking through all these rooms alone at that hour. Instead, I felt like I was wrapped in warm cotton. The fear that normally lived in my chest was gone. At the far end of the kitchen was the door to the basement. The basement was the part of the house that scared me the most, even during the day. The stairs down were narrow and steep, and the air down there was always colder, damp, and heavy. The walls were rough stone in some places and old, crumbling brick in others. There were low beams that an adult could bump their head on if they weren't careful. The light didn't reach every corner, no matter how many bulbs were on. There were dark spots where it always felt like something was standing just out of sight. I hated that basement. I refused to go down there alone, ever. If my parents asked me to grab something from the freezer down there, I would beg for someone to go with me, and even then I would run back up the stairs the second I got what they wanted. But that night, in my trance-like state, I followed the floating square right to the basement door. It moved through as if nothing in the house could block it. I opened the door myself, my hand turning the knob, my foot finding the first step down. The wood under me felt old and rough. The air that rushed up from below was cold and smelled like dirt and something sour. The object drifted down, and I went with it. Step by step, we descended into the basement. The only light was whatever faint glow the thing seemed to give off, and the tiny bit of night from the kitchen above. I didn't turn on the basement light. I don't know why. Maybe I didn't think to. Maybe I didn't need it, not as long as that strange, calm feeling and that small, steady shape were in front of me. The main part of the basement was just open space with some shelves, boxes, and old furniture. But off to one side, through a doorway, there was another area. To get to it, you had to pass through what looked like a pantry or storage space. Behind that, almost hidden, was a small back room. That hidden back room was the place that scared me more than anything else in the house. Even in the daytime, with lights on and my parents right there, I did not like being near it. The entrance to it felt wrong, like a mouth waiting to swallow you. Inside, there were no windows, no real light, just cold, blank walls and a low ceiling. It felt like a place where bad things had soaked into the floor and never left. I avoided even looking at that doorway when we were in the basement, or that night the square object floated straight toward that back area. It drifted through the pantry-like part, and I followed, stepping around shelves and boxes without really seeing them. Then it went right into that small, hidden room. I didn't hesitate. The calmness held me like invisible hands, guiding me forward. I walked into that room, into the darkest part of the basement, the part that usually scared me so much I tried to pretend it wasn't even there. Inside that little room, there was almost nothing. No lights, no windows, just blackness pressing in. The object hovered there in the air, and I stood beneath or beside it. I'm not sure exactly where I was in relation to it, only that I was there with it. Time got strange. It felt like I was standing there for hours, just existing in that dark space, following this thing that made me feel safe. In reality, I know it was only minutes, maybe less. But in my memory, that peaceful, trance-like state stretched on and on. My thoughts were quiet. My usual fear of that room was gone completely. I just stood in the dark, calm in a place that should have made me cry. And then it disappeared. There was no big flash, no bang. The square object, the thing I had followed all the way from my bed, was simply gone. 1 second it was there, and the next it wasn't. With it, the safe feeling vanished too, like someone had ripped a blanket off me in the middle of a freezing night. Suddenly, every sense I had came rushing back in full force. I realized where I was, deep in the basement, in the darkest, most hidden room of the entire house, alone. The air felt colder than ever. The darkness seemed thicker, pressing against my eyes. All the calm I'd had a moment before was replaced with a tight, sharp fear in my chest. I felt like I was being watched. It was the same feeling I had upstairs sometimes, like eyes were on me, except now it was 100 times stronger, and the hair on my arms and the back of my neck stood up. I didn't just feel watched. I felt surrounded, like something was right behind me, inches away, and more things were crouched in the corners I couldn't see. Then I heard him. Behind me, in that cramped, pitch-black space, I heard a man's voice. It was low and rough, as if he were either whispering or speaking from far away. I couldn't make out the words, but there was a clear sense that he was talking. The tone wasn't kind. It wasn't gentle. It had that edge in it that makes you want to run, even if you don't know exactly what's being said. I froze. Every muscle in my body locked up. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears, almost louder than the voice. For a second, I couldn't even breathe. Then the scream tore out of me. I screamed louder than I ever had in my life, a full body, top of my lungs, terrified scream. It bounced off the stone and brick walls, echoed through the basement, up the stairs, into the rest of the house. I didn't stop. I screamed and screamed, trying to push back the darkness with the sound of my own voice. Somewhere above me, I heard movement. Then I heard my mother's footsteps pounding down the stairs. She burst into the basement, flipping on lights as she came. The bright, ugly light bulbs snapped on, pushing back the shadows in sudden yellow circles. She found me in that hidden room, standing there, crying and shaking. I remember her grabbing me, pulling me out of there, asking over and over, "What are you doing down here? What happened? Why are you down here?" Her voice was full of panic and confusion. I clung to her and sobbed. I don't remember exactly what I told her right then. I just remember that feeling of finally being pulled away from whatever had been in there with me. Later on, when I calmed down enough to talk, we began to put some pieces together. My mom knew the woman who had owned the house before us. They were good friends. That woman's great-grandmother had been the original owner of the house. Her husband had had the place built for her, way back when Victorians like that were new instead of old. That small room in the basement, the one I had always hated so much, hadn't just been an empty space. It had originally been a wine cellar. The great-grandmother's husband, the man who had built the house for her, had gone back there one day and killed himself in that room. After his death, his wife was so deeply disturbed by that space that she had it closed off. It scared her too much. She didn't want to see it, didn't want to walk past it, didn't want it to be part of her home anymore. She had the entrance hidden, blocked behind other things, turned into something you would easily walk past without noticing. In the 1970s, during a period when the house was owned by a different family, someone reopened that room again. Maybe they thought they could handle it, or maybe they just wanted more storage space. But, according to what I was told later, they never really used it. Even they felt that something was off in there. They left it mostly empty, a dark, creeping hole at the back of the basement. On top of that, the house had more history. In the 70s and 80s, 2 children were killed in the attic. I don't know all the details, and I'm not sure I want to. All I know is that 2 kids died up there where the roof sloped low and the air was always hot and still. Over the years, 3 more people died in various parts of the house. It seemed like that building collected death the way other places collect dust. Finding all that out later didn't make me feel any better about what had happened that night. If anything, it made it worse. As a kid, that basement room had always scared me without me knowing exactly why. Afterward, knowing a man had taken his own life in that very space, and that the room had been shut away out of fear long before we ever lived there, it all made a terrible kind of sense. One thing I can say for sure, I have never been a sleepwalker. Not before that night, not after. I never had weird sleep patterns as a kid. I didn't wander around in my sleep, didn't wake up in odd places. I'm the kind of person who, if I fall asleep, I stay where I am, unless someone wakes me up. The night with the floating square object was the only time anything like that ever happened to me. And I was awake. I know people like to say, "You must have been dreaming," or "It was just sleep paralysis," or "Your mind played a trick on you." I understand why they say it. It's easier that way. But I remember every step I took. I remember the feel of the stairs under my feet, the cool air, the texture of the basement floor, the way the darkness changed around me. I remember the peaceful feeling when I followed that thing and the way it snapped away and left me raw and terrified. I remember that voice. I remember my own scream. To this day, I can see it all clearly. It's one of those memories that doesn't fade or blur. Out of all the weird things that happened in that house, and there were many, this is the one I cannot explain to anyone else, or even to myself, in a way that makes it simple or safe. Maybe there's some answer that would make sense and make it less frightening. Maybe there isn't. All I know is that when I was 9 years old, in a house with a long, dark history, something square and silent floated into my room, led me down into the worst part of the basement, and left me there alone with a dead man's voice behind me. And that's not something I can ever just brush off as just your imagination. I was walking over to a friend's house with two other friends. I didn't know the way, but one of the guys I was with did. The walk was about 20 to 30 minutes, and there were a couple of different ways to get there. None of them seemed dangerous, just normal streets you'd walk down in a neighborhood. It was dark, but the street lights made everything visible enough to feel safe, or so I thought. We were joking around like usual, laughing and teasing each other, when we turned down a quieter road, branching off from a semi-busy street. This road was a little curved, and on one side was a small park enclosed by a thin metal fence. On the other side, there was a high stone wall, and beyond that wall was a hospital. Because of the curve, you couldn't see much farther than about 20 meters down the road, and sound didn't carry well either. Everything beyond that bend was hidden from view. Almost immediately, about 10 meters in, I got a sudden, intense feeling of fear. It wasn't just nervousness or a chill in the air. It was a deep, gnawing dread that I'd never felt before. My stomach dropped. My heart started beating faster, and every instinct in me screamed to stop. I dismissed it at first, thinking it was just my imagination, but the feeling only grew stronger with every step. I stopped my friends and said, "I don't think we should go down this road." They laughed it off, teasing me for being paranoid. I tried again, more seriously, but they just shrugged. We kept going anyway, maybe because none of us could see anything dangerous, or maybe we just didn't want to backtrack. We had gone another minute or so when we rounded the curve, and the situation turned terrifying in an instant. Up ahead, I first noticed some younger kids, probably early teens. My sense of dread spiked immediately. Before I could say anything, a group of older teens, maybe 16 to 18, came into view, shouting and running straight toward us. One of them was holding what looked like a metal pipe. Everything happened so fast after that. One of the older boys swung the pipe at my friend and hit him in the head. I later found out it was actually a metal baseball bat, not a pipe, and it just barely missed his temple. My other friend had disappeared into the chaos somewhere, and I narrowly dodged a huge overhand punch aimed at me. I remember the force of it carrying the guy slightly into my side as he missed, and my heart was pounding in my ears. The next thing I remember clearly is standing there, out of breath, phone in hand, talking to the police operator. I don't remember exactly how I got there, but I must have run because my chest hurt and my legs were shaking. I couldn't recall much about the attackers beyond vague memories of their clothing. My brain was trying to process what had just happened, but it was overwhelming. My friend who had been hit in the head needed stitches, but he was lucky. He was only an inch away from serious injury. My other friend had been punched and kicked a few times, but he was physically fine as well. I came out unscathed, at least physically, but mentally. The attack left a mark that stayed with me for a long time. None of it made sense. It was completely unprovoked. There had been no argument, no confrontation, nothing. In our neighborhood, fights did happen occasionally, but weapons were rare. This was something else entirely. In the weeks and months after, I replayed the event over and over in my head. I felt like I had failed my friend somehow by letting the instinct to flee completely overwhelm any fight response. Rationally, I tried to convince myself that maybe I had heard some kind of warning, a shout or movement before we turned the curve, but neither of my friends had noticed anything. The distance and the curved wall made it hard to imagine any sound carrying to us anyway. It was a park, so occasional noises were normal. Still, Nothing explained the sudden, visceral dread I'd felt. Since that day, I've started paying attention to my instincts more than I ever did before. That gut feeling, that unexplainable warning, has never been wrong. I don't feel it often, but when I do, I act on it immediately. One of the most recent times I remember it happening, I had decided to go for a drive on one of my favorite roads just to think and clear my head. I know that road well. I drive it frequently. But when I got to the turnoff, that same overwhelming feeling of dread hit me. I immediately decided to change my route. Nothing bad happened that night, and I later checked to make sure there hadn't been any incidents. There wasn't. I've learned to trust that feeling now, even when it doesn't make logical sense. It's rare, but it's like a warning system built into your body. That night, walking with my friends, it might have been the only reason we made it out without worse consequences. Since then, I've carried that lesson with me. Sometimes your instincts notice things your mind can't yet understand, and it's always better to listen. I've had strange things happen around me for as long as I can remember. Some of them I can sort of explain away if I try hard enough. Others still make my skin crawl when I think about them. Most of it started when I was a kid, in the house I grew up in, and then followed me later into the apartment I live in now. It's like weird stuff just likes to bump into my life from time to time. When I was in grade school, I used to play Pokemon with my best friend all the time. We'd sit on the floor in my bedroom with our Game Boys or cards spread out, trading and battling for hours. My bedroom was next to a bonus room in our house. That room was kind of strange even before anything happened. It was connected to the attic, and it always had this heavy, quiet feeling. Even in the daytime, it felt dim and still, like the air didn't move right in there. One afternoon, we were sitting in my room, lost in our game. My door was open, and from where we sat, I could see straight out into the hall and past the doorway of that bonus room. The house was calm, my parents were somewhere downstairs, and our cat was outside. I remember that clearly, because later I had to think hard about where the cat was. Out of nowhere, something ran past the open doorway of the bonus room. It was just a quick, dark shape, but both of us saw it at the exact same time. It moved low to the ground like an animal. It didn't look like a person crawling or anything like that. It was four-legged, quick, and the shadow of it was almost too black, like it ate up the light as it moved. The size of it is what stuck with me. It wasn't small like a cat. It was about the size of a medium dog. But we didn't have a dog. We only had the cat, and like I said, he was definitely outside. I had let him out myself earlier and hadn't let him back in. There was also a feeling that came with it, a sense of weight. Would you know how you can sometimes hear or feel when something heavy runs across the floor, even if you don't see it clearly? That's what this was like. It felt heavy, solid, not like a trick of the eye or some reflection. My friend and I looked at each other with the exact same look. Wide eyes, mouths slightly open, a silent, "Did you just see that?" hanging in the air. Neither of us talked for a second, and then we both started saying the same thing at once. "Did you see that? That wasn't your cat, right? There's nothing in there, right?" We were scared enough that we went to get my dad. He could tell from our faces that something had shaken us. We told him we'd seen something run past the bonus room door, and that it wasn't the cat. He didn't roll his eyes or laugh at us, which I appreciated. Instead, he grabbed a flashlight and went to check the room and the attic. He searched the entire bonus room, opened every closet, It checked behind the furniture and then went up into the attic, shining the light around and calling out to see if maybe some animal had gotten in. He didn't find anything. There were no open windows, no holes big enough for a dog-sized creature to slip through, no signs of fur or footprints. Nothing living was in there at all. We tried to go back to our game after that, but you can imagine how hard it was to focus on Pokemon when you keep flicking your eyes toward a doorway, half expecting to see a dark shape rush by again. That bonus room, and the attic attached to it, became even stranger as time went on. I started to notice more and more weird sounds coming from there, especially in the evenings or late at night. Sometimes I'd hear scratching sounds on the walls. It didn't sound like a mouse or a small animal. It was a slower, more deliberate kind of scratching, or like someone dragging their fingernails or maybe giving someone a back scratch, but against the wall instead of skin. It had that odd, repetitive pattern, up and down, back and forth. At other times, when everyone was supposed to be settled and there was no one up there, I'd hear noises like someone was moving furniture around in the attic. Not tiny creaks, but heavier, dragging and thumping, as if a chair was being shifted, or a box was being pulled across the floor. It never lasted long, but it was long enough to make me stop what I was doing and just listen, heart beating a little faster. We did have one logical thing going on with that space, the attic door. It was one of those simple doors that closed over the opening to the attic space, and sometimes it would open by itself. In that case, we were pretty sure it was just air pressure changes in the house. You open a door or window somewhere else, the air shifts, and the attic door pops open a little. That part didn't bother me too much, but loaded on top of everything else, the shadow animal, the scratching, the someone is dragging something heavy sounds, it added to the feeling that the house had something hidden going on in its bones. One of the worst scares in that house came during a thunderstorm when I was older. I was home alone one night. Outside, the sky was dark and full of heavy clouds. Rain was hammering the windows, and lightning kept lighting up the yard in harsh, white bursts. But the thunder was loud enough to make the walls rumble. I was sitting at the table trying to eat dinner and watch TV at the same time, but the lights in the house kept flickering. At first, I was just annoyed. Then the flickering kept happening, and each time the lights dimmed, my chest tightened a little more. "Come on," I muttered, staring up at the ceiling, like the house could hear me. "Don't do this." I tried to focus on my food, but I was already on edge from the storm. The TV suddenly cut out, losing its signal. The picture turned into that ugly grey and black static, hissing noise filling the room for a second. That was when I started to really freak out inside. I glanced at my dog, who had been lying on the floor a few feet away. Dogs sometimes get scared during storms. They pace or hide or whine. But he did something different. He sat up very suddenly, stiff and straight, his ears up, his body tense. Then he stared hard at one corner of the room, eyes following something I couldn't see, as if something were moving along the wall or ceiling. You know that cold feeling that washes over you when you realize an animal is reacting to something you can't sense? That hit me hard. In that moment, I wasn't just scared of the storm. I was scared that there was something else in the room with us. I actually prayed, quietly, that the lights would stay on. Please, I thought, just let the power stay on tonight. As if to mock that. Or the lights went completely out not long after. The second they did, I felt it. My stomach dropping like I'd fallen off a cliff, the hair on the back of my neck standing up straight. The house felt larger and emptier and closer all at once. I grabbed the knife I'd been using at the table, not because I really thought a knife would fix anything supernatural, but because it was something solid in my hand. I turned on my phone's flashlight and sat there, shaking, and the little circle of light making the darkness around me seem even deeper. My dog was still staring at that same spot, as if tracking something. I don't know how long I sat like that, heart pounding, knife gripped tight, listening to the storm and the creaks of the house. At some point, I couldn't take it anymore. The idea of staying in that dark house with whatever my dog saw was too much. I left. I left my dog in the house, which I still feel awful about. But at the time, my brain was locked on one idea: get out. I grabbed what I needed and noped out of there into the storm, just to be anywhere else but in that black, flickering house. Years later, when I moved into my own apartment, I thought I'd left that kind of thing behind. New place, new energy, right? I was setting up my room and needed a desk, so I started looking for used furniture online. I found a desk on Facebook Marketplace for $5. $5. It seemed like a crazy good deal. It was a solid piece of furniture, bigger and nicer than I thought I'd get for that price. My friends and I drove over one night around 11 to pick it up. We hauled it into my apartment, laughing, joking about how late it was and how ridiculous it was that this desk was so cheap. It took about an hour to wrestle it into my bedroom. Once we finally shoved it into place, we realized how huge it was. It was honestly too big for the room, but I figured I'd just make it work. It was $5. I felt like I'd won. That night, I went to bed like normal. My girlfriend was sleeping over. A little while before we fell asleep, she mentioned something about the way the bed was arranged. In Chinese culture, the orientation of your bed to the window can be a bad omen. She said the way I had the bed positioned wasn't good luck, and that it could invite bad energy or bad dreams. I laughed it off at the time, but the words stuck with me more than I wanted to admit. Between the weird bargain desk that now loomed in the room and her quiet warning, there was a little knot of unease in the back of my mind. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up screaming. Not just a little startled yelp, not a half-remembered shout. Full-on, throat-tearing, bloody murder screaming. I sat up in bed, absolutely terrified, my heart racing like I was sure someone was attacking us. The fear was so strong I could almost taste it. It felt like the whole room was full of something dark, pressing in around us. My girlfriend woke up too, shocked, staring at me, asking what was wrong. I couldn't give a clear answer because I didn't have one. I only knew that I felt like we were in danger, like something unseen was in the room that wanted to hurt us. Within seconds of waking, I was shaking from head to toe. I've had nightmares before, the kind that jolt you awake, but this was different. This was like my body had been dunked in ice water and then electrified. I couldn't calm down. Every hair on my body felt like it was standing up. I kept glancing at the desk. For some reason, I could not explain. I became convinced that the desk had something to do with it. I swear, to this day, I felt like there was something attached to that piece of furniture. It was as if some bad spirit or heavy energy lived in it and had decided to make itself known now that it was in my room. My girlfriend, still shaken from me waking her by screaming, agreed that we needed to get rid of the desk. We looked at each other in the dim early morning light, both of us freaked out, and decided we had to move it out of the apartment right then, even though it was 4 a.m. But before we could move it, I got this strange, almost obsessive feeling. I felt like I had to put everything back exactly the way it was before we had brought the desk in. It was like a quiet voice in my mind saying, "Do it in the right order. Put things back how they were. Don't skip steps, or something worse will happen." It didn't feel like the scary, heavy presence from my childhood home. Weirdly, it felt more like a gentle warning, like some other presence was saying, if you're going to push this thing out, do it properly. So, shaking, I'm still on the edge of panic, I started putting my room back together. I moved smaller stuff off the desk, put it back where it had been before. My girlfriend helped me, even though she's tiny compared to me, and the desk was ridiculously heavy. To this day, I don't know how the two of us managed to lift and shove that massive thing back out of my room and into the hallway, and eventually outside. Adrenaline, fear, and that strange push in my head must have added to our strength. Once the desk was out of the bedroom, the room felt lighter. I don't mean that in a poetic way. It literally felt easier to breathe. I sat down on the bed, still shaking, but bit by bit the terror started to fade. Later, when I decided to get rid of the desk completely, I sold it to someone else for exactly the same amount I'd paid for it, $5. I had this strong feeling that I shouldn't make a profit off it, but also shouldn't take a loss. It sounds silly, but that felt important. Like balance needed to be kept. I don't know if that desk ever caused anyone else trouble, but I was glad to have it gone from my place. The experience with the desk ended up being even scarier to me than that thunderstorm night back in my parents' house. The level of fear, the sense of being under attack by something I couldn't see, the strange compulsion to do things in a very specific way, it all dug deep under my skin. The last strange thing I'll mention happened while I was sleeping next to my girlfriend on another night, long after the desk was gone. I woke up in the dark and instantly felt that weird half-dream, half-awake feeling that comes with sleep paralysis. My eyes opened, but my body wouldn't move. Standing over us was a figure. It was huge. If it had been able to stand fully upright in the room, it would have been around 12 feet tall, maybe taller. It wore a long, black robe that covered its entire body. The robe was so black, it almost didn't look like fabric, more like a hole in the air where light couldn't exist. Its head was surrounded by a thick mane of black hair that spilled out and down like some kind of lion's mane, wild and heavy. I couldn't see a face clearly through the hair and the shadow, but I could see its eyes. They glowed green, not a soft, gentle glow either. They looked like the kind of green light you get when a bright red laser pointer hits your eye and bounces, but this was green instead of red, sharp, neon, cutting through the darkness. Those eyes were locked on me, looking down at me as I lay there frozen. My instinct was to punch it, to fight back. Inside my mind, I was screaming at my body, telling it to move, telling it to do something. At first, my arms wouldn't move at all. It was that awful feeling where your brain is wide awake, but your body is still locked in sleep, heavy and unresponsive. Eventually, with a lot of effort, I was able to move just enough. I threw a punch upward as best I could, aiming for where its face should have been. In my memory, I hit it 3 times. My fist connected with something solid feeling, not air. But the figure didn't react. It didn't flinch, didn't stumble, didn't pull back. It just stayed there, taking the hits, or staring down at me with those bright green eyes, like my attempts meant nothing. And then somehow, I went back to sleep. I don't know if the paralysis finally released me and I just drifted off, or if something else happened. But the next thing I remember is waking up in the morning with the light coming in through the window and my girlfriend still sleeping beside me. What's strange is that when I woke up, I didn't feel scared. You'd think after seeing something like that, you'd wake up panicked or exhausted from fear. Instead, I felt oddly calm, even a little happy. It was like whatever that thing was, it hadn't hurt me. If anything, I had this weird sense that it meant no harm, Maybe even that it was on my side in some strange way. I even remember apologizing out loud, softly, to the empty air around the bed. I said that I was sorry I had tried to punch it, that I hadn't meant to hurt it or attack it, that I'd just been scared. It sounds crazy when I say it now, but at the time it felt natural, like I was apologizing to someone who had visited and gotten punched for their trouble. I've since heard that a lot of people see similar figures during sleep paralysis. Tall shapes, shadow people, robed figures with strange eyes. Knowing that doesn't really make it less unsettling. I don't recommend the experience to anyone. But to me, that one visit felt different from the other scary things that have happened in my life. The thunderstorm, the shadow animal, the scratching attic, the desk, all of those felt like pure fear. This one, somehow, ended with me feeling like I'd been looked at and then left alone. So, to put it all together, I've been annoyed and scared by shadow animals I couldn't explain, heard things moving and scratching in an attic and bonus room when nothing was there, lived through the classic lights go out during a storm while the dog stares at something unseen horror, brought home what felt like a demon-possessed desk, and been watched by a strange, tall figure with glowing green eyes and a wild mane of black hair. All of it was scary when it happened. Some of it still feels scary now. But there's also this strange, lingering feeling that not everything that visits us in the dark is there to hurt us, though I'd still be very happy to never have another night like those again. When I was about 10 or 11 years old, my dad came home one day with 2 porcelain dolls. They were the kind of dolls people keep for decoration, not for playing with. They had those smooth, pale faces, painted eyes, soft hair, and fancy little dresses that looked like something from another century. One was for me, and one was for my mom. I do not remember where my dad said he got them. Maybe someone at work gave them to him, or he found them at some kind of sale or antique shop. All I really remember is that he seemed pleased with himself, like he thought he was bringing home something special that we would both like. My mom smiled politely and took hers, and I took mine because it was a present, and it did look pretty, even if it was a little old-fashioned. My mom later looked at the tag on her doll and went very quiet for a moment. Then she said the name on the tag was the same as her grandmother's name. Not just the first name, but the whole thing. That gave her a strange feeling, but she kind of laughed it off and said something about it being a weird coincidence. Still, I could tell it stuck with her. We set the dolls up in our rooms. I put mine in my bedroom on top of a tall dresser that stood against the back wall. The dresser was around 6 feet tall, higher than I could reach without standing on something. I perched the doll right on the edge, facing the rest of the room. So when I looked up from my bed or my desk, I could see her small painted face looking out. My mom put her doll in her own bedroom on top of a slightly shorter dresser, about 4 feet high, the kind that had a big mirror attached. Her doll sat right in front of the mirror, like she was looking at herself. So we had one doll watching my room from above, and another doll watching my mom's room, and her reflection in the mirror. Around this time in my life, everything about my daily routine was changing, and I had just gotten my first real laptop, and for the first time I had full access to the internet. Before that, I could only use the family computer, and I was limited by parents and time and who else needed it. But now I had my own little world in my bedroom. I could stay up late talking to friends, watching anime, browsing random sites, doing all the things kids do when they first discover they can be online whenever they want. Because of that, my sleep schedule got completely messed up. and I stayed up later and later every night until it was normal for me to still be awake at 3 or 4 in the morning. I would sit in the dark or in low light, the glow of the laptop screen lighting up my face, my headphones on, the rest of the house quiet. Everyone else was asleep, and it felt like I was the only person in the world still awake. It was during these late hours, somewhere between midnight and 4 a.m., that I started hearing the noises. At first it was small, ain't just a single sound here or there, something I thought I imagined. Then it kept happening. It was this quick, sharp popping noise, followed by a little hollow thump. The best way I can describe it is that it sounded exactly like those little rubber popper toys kids used to play with. The ones that are like small rubber domes, and you push them inside out and set them down, and after a moment they snap back into shape and jump into the air with a loud pop. I did not own any of those toys at the time. I did not have anything in my room that should have made that sound, but over and over again, in the dead of night, I would hear something that sounded just like that. A rubbery pop, then a small thud, like something landing on a surface. Sometimes it would happen only once and then stop. Other nights it would happen a few times in a row, then go silent for a while, then come back. At first, I told myself it had to be something normal. Maybe the house settling, or the heating or cooling system turning on and off, or some electronic device making a weird noise. I was a kid, but even then, I tried to be logical. The more I listened, though, the more it bothered me. The sound was not coming from my laptop or from outside the window. It felt like it was coming from somewhere inside my room, from up higher, near the wall. Sometimes it seemed like it was coming from the area near the dresser where the doll sat. I tried to ignore it. I turned my music up a little louder. I focused on my screen. But at 3 in the morning, when the whole house is quiet and your brain is running wild because you are tired and alone, you start to notice every little sound. The popping noise started making me nervous. I got to the point where, as soon as I heard it, my whole body tensed and I would stop whatever I was doing and just listen. I did not want to think it had anything to do with the doll. It was just porcelain and fabric, but because the sound seemed to come from that side of the room, and because I could look up and see her sitting there above me, I could not help but connect the two things in my mind. Eventually, I decided I needed someone else to hear it so I would know I was not losing my mind. One night, my little brother was still awake. I do not remember why. Maybe it was a weekend, or maybe he had just woken up from something. Either way, I called him into my room. I told him to sit down and just listen with me for a while. I tried not to tell him too much at first because I did not want him to just imagine something because I suggested it. We sat there in my room in the dim light of the laptop, waiting. After a few minutes, there it was again. That sharp pop and soft thud. My brother's head snapped up. He looked at me with wide eyes. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. I nodded. My heart was pounding hard now, not because of the sound itself, but because he had confirmed it was real. We both listened again. It happened once more, the exact same sound. He heard it again. It was not just in my head. I asked him what he thought it was. He did not know. We checked the obvious things. We looked around my room. We made sure nothing was falling or bouncing by itself. We turned off my laptop sound completely to make sure it was not something from a video or a website. Still, the popping happened. We both started to feel scared. We were young, alone upstairs in the middle of the night with our parents asleep on the other side of the house. We whispered about it, but we did not really solve anything. After a while, we tried to just go on with our night like normal. but the sound was always there in the background, waiting to make us jump. The thing about being scared is that, after a while, you get tired of just sitting there feeling helpless. One night, after dealing with this for some time, I was online talking to a friend about it. I explained everything, the dolls, the sound, how my brother heard it too, how it always seemed to happen late at night when everything was quiet. My friend was the kind of person who took spiritual stuff seriously. They believed in hauntings and ghosts and all of that. I did not fully know what I believed, but at that point, I was desperate for anything that might make the feeling go away. My friend told me to get a Bible, put my and my brother's hands on it, and say a prayer out loud. The idea was to call for protection, to ask for whatever was in the house to leave us alone. We did have a Bible, but it was not in my room. It was stored in a cabinet in the living room, which was across the house. That meant we had to leave the relative safety of my bedroom with its soft light and familiar mess, and walk through the dark hallway and into the living room in the middle of the night. I went to get my brother, told him the plan, and he agreed to come with me. I think part of him wanted to be brave, and part of him was just as scared as I was and did not want to let me go alone. We stepped out of my room together, the air in the hallway feeling colder than usual, and started walking towards the living room. The house was quiet in that heavy way it gets around 2 or 3 in the morning, and no TV, no talking, just the faint hum of appliances and the occasional creak of wood. The only light was what came from a small night light and maybe a bit of moonlight through a window. Our bare feet made soft sounds on the floor as we crossed the space between our room and the living room. We were halfway through the living room when it happened. Both of us stopped at exactly the same time, like we had hit an invisible wall. Something had moved in the corner of our eyes. We turned our heads toward the window. In the dim light, we saw a little girl. She was small, around the size of a young child, and she moved quickly but strangely, almost like slow motion and fast at the same time. She ran across the room from one side toward the window. There was no sound of her feet hitting the floor. No breathing. Just a shape, a presence, gliding and running in front of us. She was dressed like my doll. That is the detail that sticks with me most. The dress she wore looked like the same style and color as the doll in my bedroom. Old-fashioned, frilly, out of place in our normal house. Her hair looked similar too. We watched, frozen, as she crossed in front of us, and then, as suddenly as she appeared, she was gone. She did not go out the window. She did not turn a corner. She just faded or vanished near the glass, like she had walked into a different space and disappeared. For a second or two, we did not move. We just stood there, stunned, trying to understand what we had just seen. Then fear hit us full force, and we did what kids do. We ran. We ran the rest of the way to the cabinet, grabbed the Bible, and then ran back to my room as fast as our legs could carry us. We slammed the door behind us like that thin piece of wood could protect us from whatever we had just seen. We sat on the bed, breathing hard, clutching the Bible like it was a lifeline. I followed my friend's instructions. My brother and I both put our hands on the Bible and said a prayer out loud. We were not fancy about it or perfect with our words. We just asked for protection, asked for whatever was in the house to leave, asked to be safe. My voice shook, and my brother's hands were trembling under mine. After that, something strange happened. The noise stopped. For about 3 months, we did not hear the popping sound at night. I kept my late hours. I was still up until early morning with my laptop, but the room was quiet. No more rubber pop noises, No more popping and thudding from the corner near the dresser. It was like whatever had been making the sound had left, or gone to sleep, or just stopped. We did not see the little girl again either. That one moment in the living room stayed just that, one moment. It did not repeat. Life slowly went back to something like normal, at least on the surface. I tried to tell myself we had just been tired, that maybe our eyes had played tricks on us. But my brother had seen the same thing at the same time, and we both remembered it clearly. For a while, I let myself relax. I told myself the prayer helped, or time helped, or something shifted. I was careful not to stare at the doll on my dresser too much. I tried to think of her as just a decoration again. Then the sound came back. One night, months later, I was up late again, doing what I always did, when I heard it. That same rubbery pop, then the small, soft thud. My whole body tensed. At first I thought maybe it's something else. Maybe it's just me being jumpy. But then it happened again, and again, in the same pattern, from the same area of the room. The fear came back with it, stronger this time, because now I had more memories attached to it. I remembered the girl in the living room, the dress like my doll's dress, the feeling of being watched. I told my brother, and he looked scared again too. We both knew this was not just a one-time strange event anymore. It was a pattern. While all of this was happening with my doll in my room, my mom was having her own strange experiences with her doll in her bedroom. Her doll lived on the shorter dresser with the mirror. Whenever I went into her room to get laundry or grab something, I would have to pass in front of that dresser. The doll sat there, perfectly still, with that painted porcelain face and glassy eyes pointed straight ahead. You know how some dolls' eyes seem extra shiny? That was how hers looked. Every time I went in there alone, especially when the room was quiet and a little dim, I had this strong feeling that I was not alone. The hairs on the back of my neck would stand up. It felt like someone was watching me personally, not in a casual way, but in a focused, heavy way. My eyes would always go to the doll. It was the only thing in the room that made sense to blame, and the creepy thing is, when I moved around, it seemed like the doll's eyes followed me. I know they did not really move. They were painted on. But the angle, the way the light hit them, made it look like no matter where I went in the room, she was looking right at me. Sometimes I would hurry through grabbing the laundry, trying not to look at her. Other times I would stand there and stare back, just to prove to myself that she was only a doll and could not actually do anything. It never truly helped. The feeling of being watched stayed, or no matter how many times I told myself I was being silly. To this day, that feeling has not fully gone away. Even now, even though we do not live exactly the same way and those dolls are long gone, I still need all the lights in my mom's room on to feel truly safe in there. Full bright lights, nothing in shadow. If the room is even a little bit dim, my brain goes right back to that time when the doll sat on the dresser and I felt like a pair of eyes were tracking every move I made. After the popping noise came back that second time, after months of peace, we lasted only a few more months before making a decision. We talked about the dolls. We talked about the noise. My mom talked about how uneasy her own doll made her feel. We thought about the little girl we had seen in the living room, dressed like my doll. None of it felt good, so we got rid of them. I do not remember if we donated them, threw them away, or gave them to someone else. I just know that one day they were there, sitting in our rooms, and soon after, they were not. The tall dresser in my room had only dust on top where my doll used to sit. My mom's dresser looked oddly empty without her doll staring into the mirror. After that, the house felt lighter. It was still the same building, with the same furniture and the same creaks in the walls. But something about the atmosphere changed. And most importantly, we never heard that strange popping noise again. Not once. Not in my room, not at that time of night, not from any corner of the house. It just stopped, completely, as if whatever had caused it had been attached to those dolls and left with them. I still think about those dolls sometimes, about how harmless they looked when my dad first brought them home. Little fancy figures in pretty dresses. About how something so simple turned into a series of nights filled with strange sounds. A ghostly girl in the living room, and that awful feeling of being watched. Maybe there is a completely normal explanation for all of it. Maybe the sounds were some weird house noise that just happened to stop when we got rid of the dolls. Maybe the little girl was a trick of the light. Two tired kids' imaginations firing at the same time. Maybe the feeling in my mom's room was just that, an uneasy feeling. But whenever I remember that period of my life, I cannot shake the connection in my mind between those porcelain faces and everything that followed. Two small dolls came into our house, and almost as soon as they did, it stopped feeling like home late at night. Then, when the dolls were gone, so were the noises and most of the fear. We do not have either doll anymore. Years have passed, yet even now, if I go into my mom's room and the lights are off or low, I feel that old nervousness creeping up my spine. I flip on every light switch until the room is bright and clear, and only then do I let myself relax. The dolls may be gone, but the memory of them and what came with them is not. I've lived in 4 different houses that felt creepy to me, and in my heart, I really believe all 4 of them were haunted in some way. Each place had its own strange things that happened, and each one scared me in its own style. But the 3rd house I lived in with my mom and stepdad was, without question, the worst. When I think about being truly, deeply scared in a home, that is the place my mind goes back to. I was in high school then. I had just turned 15 when I moved in with them. My mom had married my stepdad only a few months before, so I was still getting used to him, and he was still basically a stranger to me. Before that, it had just been my mom, my siblings, and me in other places. Walking into this little old house with a man I didn't really know yet already put me a bit on edge. It felt like I was starting a new life in a house that did not really want us there. The house itself was small, not cozy exactly, cramped more like, or when you walked in through the front door, you were basically right in the living room. Off to one side was a small hallway that led to the bedrooms and the bathroom. The kitchen was tight and a bit dark, with older cabinets and worn floors. The whole place had that feeling of age, like the walls had seen too many people and too many years. There was a certain smell, too, like old wood and dust and something faintly damp, even when everything was cleaned. My bedroom was one of the smaller ones. The door opened inward, and my bed was against one wall with a narrow gap between it and the door. I had a dresser and some shelves, and not much else because there wasn't much room. The house was the kind where, if someone walked down the hallway, you felt the small shake in the floor. The doors didn't quite fit perfectly in their frames, and everything creaked a little more than it should have. Even before anything strange happened, it was the kind of place that already felt like it had ghosts, even if you didn't see them. The first thing that started to really bother me, there was my bedroom door. One night, not long after I moved in, I was in my room with the door shut. I don't remember exactly what I was doing. Homework maybe, or listening to music, or just lying there scrolling my phone and trying to ignore how weird it felt to be living with a man I barely knew. I had the door locked because that made me feel safer. It was the only way I could feel like I had some privacy or control in that house. Then I heard the doorknob shake. Not just a light rattle, like when someone bumps into it by accident. It started shaking like someone was trying really hard to open it. The knob twisted and rattled in its socket again and again, loudly, the metal clinking against the plate. It sounded like whoever was on the other side was gripping it tightly and jiggling it over and over, impatient and frustrated. I froze for a second, my heart climbing up into my throat. It was late, and as far as I knew, my mom and stepdad were either in their room or asleep. No one had knocked. No one called my name. Just that horrible, insistent shaking. I called out, "Who is it?" No answer. The knob kept jerking back and forth hard. It sounded like it might snap off. My first thought was that maybe a train was going by somewhere nearby, and the vibration was somehow making the knob shake. I don't know why that idea even occurred to me, but I was trying to give myself a reason, any reason, that did not involve someone silently trying to open my locked bedroom door in the middle of the night. But the sound and the movement were too focused. It was not the whole door rattling with the house. It was just the knob, twisting, as if someone had their hand wrapped around it. Then, after a few intense seconds, it stopped. Just like that. Silence. I got up, feeling my legs a little shaky, and walked to the door. I unlocked it, yanked it open quickly, half expecting to catch someone there. No one was in the hallway. The air outside my room was still and quiet. I listened for footsteps, for the sound of someone hurrying away. Nothing. My mum and stepdad's door down the hall was closed. The house felt like it always did, a little heavy, a little too quiet. I told myself it was nothing and went back into my room. But once something like that happens, you can't really just go back to normal. It sticks in your head. It makes you listen harder. The doorknob shaking didn't stop after that. It kept happening. At first it was only at night, mostly when I was alone, the door locked. I would lie there, starting to drift off, or just staring at the ceiling, when suddenly the knob would go crazy, jerking around like someone was trying to force their way in. Every time I would ask who was there, every time there was no answer. Just the metal noise and the feeling that someone was on the other side. Very close, but somehow not quite normal. After it kept happening, I started wondering if it really was someone. Because the obvious suspect in my mind, and I hate to say this, was my stepdad. I didn't know him well. I was new in his life. A teenage girl who had suddenly appeared in his small house with his new wife. My teenage brain, already suspicious and protective, went straight to ugly possibilities. Was he trying to come into my room at night? Was this some horrible sign? The idea made my skin crawl, but I needed to know. So I decided to test it. If it was him, I figured, maybe he kept trying the doorknob, because it was always locked, and that stopped him. So I started leaving it unlocked. I would shut the door like normal, but I would not turn the lock. Part of me was terrified to do that, but another part of me thought, if it's him, if he opens the door, at least I'll know. At least I won't be wondering forever. I can't describe the feeling of lying in bed at night with your bedroom door closed, unlocked on purpose, waiting to see if a man you don't know very well is going to come in. My heart would pound for long stretches of time as I stared at the handle, half hidden in shadows, thinking, if it turns and the door opens, what do I do? The thing is, the doorknob still shook, violently, over and over, but the door never opened. It made no sense. If it were my stepdad, if the door wasn't locked anymore, eventually he would have managed to open it one of those times. But he didn't. In fact, the same pattern repeated again and again. The sudden, aggressive rattle, the knob twisting like crazy, my breath catching in my chest, and then nothing. Silence. When I walked over and opened the door, there was no one there. It got to the point where it wasn't just at night. Sometimes during the day, if I shut my window and closed my bedroom door just to get some quiet, the doorknob would start up again, shaking back and forth like something had decided it needed to come in right that second. It could be noon, it could be 3 p.m, it could be any time. It made me hate closing my own door, but in a small house filled with other people, sometimes you want that privacy. So I kept closing it, and the knob kept moving, and the mystery grew. There were other things in that house too, not just the door. I have always had a hard time sleeping. Even as a kid, I would be wide awake when everyone else was passed out. In that house, it was almost worse. Some nights I would get up because I couldn't lie there any longer, and I would go into the kitchen to get a snack or just some water. The house felt different at night. The darkness felt thicker in the corners, and the quiet wasn't peaceful. It was tense, or like the air itself was holding its breath. More than once, as I walked down the short hallway or crossed the living room, I would hear footsteps behind me. Not loud stomping, just soft, careful steps, as if someone was walking in socks just a little distance back. I would stop, and the sound would stop. I would start walking again, and after a moment, there it was. The faint creak of the floorboards, the light shift as if someone else was moving their weight on the old wood. The problem was, there was nowhere for anyone to hide. The house was too small. I could see the whole living room and most of the hallway, and I knew my mom and stepdad were in their room with the door closed when this happened. There was no one physically behind me, but the sound kept coming, and with it, the cold feeling of being followed. Sometimes I would feel a small tug on the bottom of my shirt, just a tiny pull, right at the hem, exactly like when a little kid grabs onto your clothes to get your attention. It wasn't strong enough to drag me backward, but it was enough that I knew I wasn't imagining it. I would whirl around, expecting to see maybe my younger sibling, even though they didn't live with us then. Of course, no one was ever there. When your clothes move like that, and you know you didn't walk into anything, and you know no one is behind you, it does something to your mind. It makes you feel like invisible hands are reaching for you. Soft little hands, not trying to hurt, just trying to be noticed. The 2 moments that scared me the most in that house, though, are the ones I still think about today. They both involved a little girl's presence, even though no little girl lived in the house with us. One morning, it was winter, and it was still dark outside because it was so early. It was around 6 in the morning. And I remember because I had gotten up to get ready for school. It was cold enough that you could see your breath a little if the heater hadn't kicked on yet. I was sitting in the living room with the TV on low, half watching some show or morning news as I put on my shoes and all that. The light from the TV flickered on the walls, casting weird shadows in the dim room. My stepdad was in the back of the house, in the bedroom he shared with my mum. He was still asleep, and my mom was up and dressed for work. She walked through the living room toward the front door, her coat on, bag in hand. I was on the couch as she passed, and she paused with her hand on the door handle and turned back to look at me. "Bye," she said to me. Just a normal, everyday goodbye. Right after she said that, clear as anything I've ever heard, we both heard a small voice say, "Goodbye." It was a high, cheerful little girl's voice. It came from inside the room, not from outside, not from the TV. It sounded like a child standing somewhere near us, maybe a few feet away, simply answering my mom like it was the most natural thing in the world. My mom's eyes went wide. My whole body went cold. I stared at her. She stared at me. And for a moment we just stood there frozen. Then I screamed. Not a controlled little yelp. A full, scared, teenage shriek that ripped right through the early morning quiet. My scream woke my stepdad, who came running up the hallway, confused and half asleep, asking what had happened. My mom, pale and shaken, told him what we had just heard, that she had said goodbye to me, and someone else, a girl who wasn't there, had said goodbye back. I remember my mom looking around the room like maybe she'd see a kid hiding somewhere. There was no one, just me on the couch, the TV flickering, the shadows, and the front door halfway open. After she told my stepdad what we heard, she kind of shook her head. He made a face that was half terrified and half annoyed, and said something like, "Well, nope to this, bye," and left for work anyway. You could tell she did not want to be late, but she absolutely did not want to think about the fact that some invisible little girl had just told her goodbye on her way out. That voice stays with me. It wasn't muffled. It wasn't a trick of sound from outside. It was clear, friendly, and absolutely wrong for an empty house at 6 in the morning. The other really scary thing happened, not inside the house, but because of it. We had a neighbor whose backyard touched the back of ours. The houses were arranged in such a way that they lived around the corner from us, but the depths of our yards met. We didn't talk to them that much. They were just the people behind us. You could see part of their yard from ours, and I guess they could see some of ours when they went outside too. In our backyard, there was a rope tied to a tree. Just an old rope someone had looped over a high branch. No proper swing, no seat, nothing. Nobody in our family ever really used it for anything. It just hung there, swaying a little sometimes when the wind blew. One day, our neighbor from behind us came over. She was angry. She went up to my mom and started yelling at her. I remember hearing raised voices and coming over to listen, confused. The neighbor was upset and calling my mom a bad mother, saying something like, "You're a shitty mum for letting your little girl be outside all night." My mum was completely thrown off. She asked what she was talking about. The neighbor said that at night, over and over again, when she would go outside to smoke, she would see a little girl in our yard. The girl would be playing on the rope tied to the tree like it was a swing. She said the girl would swing back and forth and laugh. She claimed she had seen this multiple times on different nights. My mom stared at her in disbelief. At the time, my youngest sister wasn't even living with us. She lived in another town with my dad. There were no little girls in our house to be outside playing in the middle of the night. And even if there had been, my mom is not the kind of person who would allow a small child to be alone in the dark yard at night, swinging on a rope. She tried to explain that to the neighbor, but the woman insisted. She said she had seen a young girl, more than once, laughing and swinging in the dark. That's why she was so mad. In her mind, my mom was neglectful. To us, it sounded like the neighbor had been watching someone who wasn't there. That rope on the tree, the one no one used, suddenly felt like a magnet for something we didn't understand. I pictured a little girl, the same one who said goodbye. Maybe the same presence that tugged at my shirt and shook my door handle, playing on an invisible swing where no real swing existed. The idea gave me chills every time I looked out the window and saw that rope hanging there. Later, my aunt, who works at the city and has access to records and old files, decided to look into the history of our house. She had heard enough of our stories, my door, the footsteps, the voice, the girl on the rope, that she got curious. She did some research and found out that our house wasn't originally built where it sat then. It had been moved there from somewhere else. It was really old, older than most of the houses around it. It had belonged to other people before, in another location, and then at some point it had been picked up and relocated to this lot, like someone took all its history and dropped it into a new neighborhood. We never found out who those earlier owners were. We don't know if a little girl ever really lived there or died there or played in some older yard on some other street. We never got a clear story that we could point to and say, this is why a little girl's voice is saying goodbye in our living room, or this is why a neighbor is seeing a child swinging on our rope at night. All we knew was that the house was old, moved and strange. Something about it carried a weight, a feeling, like it had brought someone else's past along with it when it was moved. Eventually we moved away too. I've lived in other haunted feeling places since then, but that little house with the shaking doorknob, the footsteps, and the tugging at my shirt, the clear voice of a girl who wasn't there, and the neighbor's story about the laughing child on the swing, that one stays with me the strongest. Sometimes I think about that doorknob rattling like someone desperately trying to get in, and the soft tug at my clothes like a kid begging for attention. And I wonder if there was a lonely little spirit in that house just trying to be seen and heard. Other times, I remember how scared I felt, and I don't try to explain it at all. I just accept that some places are wrong in a way you can't put into words, and that house, the third one, was the scariest of all. My dad has always had this very specific kind of life. He's a real estate agent, but not the type who sells downtown condos or starter homes in subdivisions. He deals with ranches, rural land, and mountain properties. His work is long drives on winding roads, visiting old cabins, empty lots, broken down farmhouses, and ski lodges that never really became ski lodges. He's busy all the time, always rushing from one appointment to the next, juggling calls, looking at maps. I grew up around all of that. Some kids spent their weekends at malls or movie theaters. I spent a lot of mine sitting in the passenger seat of his truck, heading into the middle of nowhere, while he pointed out land features, property lines, and told me what each place might become someday. I liked it. Real estate, especially rural stuff, always felt like an adventure to me. Old buildings, quiet places, the feeling that something had happened there before we showed up. So when my dad asked for help with a listing, I was excited. I was just barely old enough to have my driver's license at the time, and any responsibility felt huge. One day during summer break, he called me and told me to come by his office. He had a new property that needed photographs for the listing. He was already booked that afternoon for a showing somewhere else and didn't have time to get up there himself. "Think you can handle it?" he asked, and I could hear the mix of teasing and trust in his voice. "Yeah, of course," I said, trying to sound calm, even though inside I was thinking, this is awesome. When I got to his office, he had everything ready to go. He handed me a printed Google Maps route because there was no cell service up where the house was. It was a large mountain cabin in a subdivision that had basically failed. Supposed to be a ski area once, back when someone had big dreams and investors. But the ski area never took off, and this place was left sort of alone up there. "It's a foreclosure," my dad told me. "Abandoned for a while. It'll probably be in rough shape. Just get as many good photos as you can. Exterior, interior, anything that shows the layout. He handed me his Nikon camera, a pretty nice one that I knew he trusted only a few people with. He also gave me his debit card so I could fill the car with gas and a set of keys to the property. Then he went over the directions again, pointing out turns and landmarks on the map. Also, he added, almost as an afterthought, there's no cell signal up there, so make sure you fuel up before you head off the main road. And be careful, these old foreclosure places can be a mess. My dad is the kind of guy who takes safety very seriously. He's a strong patriot, big on personal responsibility, and he's an excellent firearms instructor. He has a concealed carry permit, and he always treats guns like what they are, tools that demand respect. I'd grown up around that mindset. I knew how to handle his firearms safely because he drilled it into me from a young age. He told me where his .38 revolver was, sitting in the center console of the car, and reminded me of all the rules. Don't be stupid with it. Don't flash it around. Don't touch it unless I had to, and always treat it as if it's loaded. He wasn't sending me up there to play cowboy, as it was just a better to have it and not need it thing. Still, knowing it was there made me feel more confident. So there I was, a teenager with a driver's license, a map, my dad's camera, his debit card, and his revolver in the console. I got into his car feeling about a foot taller than usual, like I was doing something really important. This wasn't just a grocery run or a quick drive to a friend's place. This was real work, something my dad usually did himself. The first part of the drive was familiar. Highways, then smaller roads, then into the foothills. After a while, the houses grew farther apart, and the trees grew thicker. Asphalt gave way to narrower, older roads that twisted and turned more sharply. The higher I got into the mountains, the patchier my cell service became. Finally, the signal disappeared altogether. The bars just dropped away, leaving me with no service in the corner of my screen. The sun was still decently high when I started up the last stretch, but I knew it wouldn't stay that way forever. In the mountains, it gets dark faster than you think it will. The shadows from the trees get long, and then suddenly, it's like someone turned down the sky. Eventually, I found the road I needed to turn off onto, a smaller, rougher path leading into what had once been planned as a subdivision. The idea had been simple. Build a ski area, then build cabins and houses around it, or sell them to people who wanted winter vacation homes. But the dream fell through. Now the road went past a few half-finished foundation slabs, some old construction materials, and not much else. Nature had started taking back what had been carved into the hillside. By the time I pulled up to the property, that initial "this is fun" feeling had cooled off a bit. There's a certain kind of silence you get in the mountains, especially where no one lives. I stepped out of the car, and the air felt still. No nearby houses, no traffic noise, no people. Just trees, tall aspens and Douglas firs, surrounding the place, and a faint rustling when the wind moved through them. The house was tucked back among the trees, half hidden in shadows. From the outside, it was a big cabin structure with a deep roof line that came down low over a wide deck. The top story looked smaller than it really was, because so much roofing and dark wood framed it. That and the bottom story was built partly into the hill, more like a basement level than a normal first floor. It gave the whole place a sunken, crouched feeling, like it was trying to disappear into the earth. Immediately, I got a bad feeling. Sometimes you step onto a property and everything in you just goes, no. It doesn't matter if you're a believer in ghosts or not. Something about the way the air feels, the way the building sits, the silence around it, It all comes together into this quiet alarm inside your body. That was how this place felt. If my dad's revolver hadn't been in the console, I honestly don't think I would have gone in. That little weight of metal in the car and the knowledge that I knew how to use it if something went wrong was the only thing that gave me enough confidence to walk toward the front door instead of getting back in the driver's seat and leaving. The house was surrounded by brush and tall grass, and the driveway was dirt and old gravel, with weeds pushing up through it. The nearby lots in the subdivision were just concrete foundations going nowhere, and skeletons of half-built walls. It looked like someone had started to plant a neighborhood and then just walked away for years. I locked the car, even though logically no one was around to steal it, and walked up to the front of the house. The closer I got, and the more the unease pushed up in my chest, but I kept moving anyway. This was my job now. My dad was counting on me. Standing at the door, I pulled out the key, put it into the lock, and turned it. The mechanism clicked open with a stiff, grinding sound, like it hadn't been used in a long time. I pushed the door inward. It creaked in a way that would have sounded cheesy in a horror movie, but in real life just made my skin crawl. Right away, I pulled out my iPhone and turned on the flashlight. The house had no power, so there were no working lights. In my other hand, I held my dad's Nikon, powered on, flash ready. I stood in the doorway for a moment, letting my eyes adjust to the dimness, heart thudding a little too hard. The first thing I saw was the birds, dead birds, scattered across the unfinished concrete floor of the hallway just inside. Their small bodies lay on their sides, wings half open or crumpled in, feathers dusty and dull. There were several of them, not just one or two. It looked like they'd flown in somehow and never found a way out, or maybe something else had happened to them. Either way, it was a bad welcome. The hallway itself stretched ahead of me, straight and narrow, leading toward a darker opening that I knew must be where the staircase to the downstairs was. On either side of the hall, there were doorways to what looked like bedrooms. The floors were bare concrete, and the air smelled like dust, wood, and something musty underneath it all, like trapped dampness. Seeing those birds, I got this icy feeling that ran from my neck down to my spine. Every horror story and scary movie scene I'd ever seen tried to rise up in my mind. I had to tell myself firmly, "You're supposed to be a man. You can do this. It's just a house." I stepped inside. The door closed behind me with a dull sound. I took a breath and started forward, one careful step at a time. I tried not to step directly on the birds, but there were enough of them that I had to weave around them like they were landmines. As I moved down the hall, I paused at each bedroom doorway, shining my phone light in and snapping a few photos. The rooms were a mess, mattresses with ugly, sagging bedding thrown halfway off, tousled, unmade beds, old furniture askew, drawers either hanging open or pulled completely out. It didn't look like the place had been cleaned out properly. It looked like people had left in a hurry or just stopped caring. I did my best to take the pictures my dad had asked for, wide angles of the rooms, details of the windows, the size of the closets. The flash from the camera lit up each space for a moment like a lightning strike. Every time it flashed, my nerves twitched. But the rooms, while creepy, were empty. No people, no movement, just stillness and dust. At the end of the hall, I turned toward the dark opening that led to the basement stairs. I aimed my light down. The staircase fell away sharply into darkness. The walls were raw and dusty, and everything looked like it had a thin layer of age on it. On the steps, I could see faint drag marks, like footprints or the smear from someone's shoes, trailing down into the black below. Dust had settled over everything, but those marks cut through it, leading downward. I didn't like that at all. I stood there for a long moment, shining my weak iPhone light into the stairwell, trying to force myself to go down, because I knew the house's main living area would probably be below. From the listing notes, I knew there was a large downstairs space that needed photos, maybe the main selling point, even in its current condition. I hated every second of it, but I knew if I turned back now, I'd have to explain to my dad why I didn't do the full job. And something in me didn't want to admit fear. So I adjusted the camera strap around my neck so it wouldn't swing as much, tightened my grip on my phone, and slowly started down the stairs. Each step echoed slightly in the narrow space. Dust puffed up under my shoes. The light from above faded quickly, and the only real illumination was the narrow beam from my phone. The air grew colder as I descended, and the smell changed. A stronger sense of earth, old wood, and something like stale air that hadn't moved in a while. At the bottom of the stairs, a short hallway stretched out in front of me. The floor here was also concrete. To my right and left, the walls rose up to a ceiling I couldn't see clearly from that angle. At the far end of the hall, my light fell on a heavy-looking wooden door. I could feel my pulse in my throat. I let the camera hang from its strap, freeing my right hand. Almost without thinking, I moved my right hand closer to where I knew the revolver was on my belt, and I'd slipped it into my waistband before going down, just in case. I kept my fingers off the trigger like I'd been taught, but rested them along the frame. The solid weight of the gun under my hand gave me a small sense of control in a situation that felt increasingly out of my control. Step by step, I walked toward that door. The closer I got, the more I picked up small details. Bits of trash on the floor, a spider web draped across a corner, more dust, undisturbed in some places, and lightly tracked in others. It was the sort of scene where you know people haven't lived there in a long time, but you also know someone or something has been through more recently than you'd like. At the door, I paused. My left hand, the one holding the phone, was shaking a little. I took a breath, reached out with my free hand, and pushed the door open. The room on the other side was huge. The ceiling soared up at least 20 feet above me, which was ridiculous considering how deep into the hillside we were. It felt like the whole room had been carved right out of the mountain, then supported with structure afterward. Massive concrete pillars rose from the floor to the ceiling, thick and grey, giving the space the strange feeling of an underground hall or some kind of bunker. The beam from my small phone light barely reached the far walls. The space was mostly empty, but not completely. Dust floated in the air, catching the light like tiny, drifting insects. In one corner, off to my right, I saw signs of recent use. Posters tacked or taped to the walls, old blankets and maybe a sleeping bag thrown down, a makeshift living area. It looked like someone had been squatting there. There were shapes that might have been boxes or crates, maybe some trash or food wrappers. It was hard to see everything clearly, but it was enough. In that instant, standing in a giant underground room beneath an abandoned house in a failed ski development with no cell service, no one knowing exactly where I was at that second, and clear signs that someone else had been using this place as a hideout, every alarm in my body went from uneasy to get out now. I didn't need to see a person. I didn't need to hear footsteps. The idea of being alone down there in that space, with the chance that whoever had made that little nest in the corner might still be around, maybe watching me from the shadows, was too much. I didn't take any more photos. I didn't explore further. I noped out, fast. I turned, slammed the door shut behind me, and practically ran back up the hallway to the stairs. I went up those steps at a pace that was just this side of sprinting, my breath coming faster, the camera bouncing against my chest. I didn't stop to look at the bedrooms again. I didn't look back at the dead birds. I just crossed the main floor, stepped out of the house, pulled the door closed, locked it, and walked quickly, then half ran the rest of the way to the car. When I got inside and shut the door, I just sat there for a moment, both hands on the steering wheel, feeling my heart hammering. The trees around the property rustled softly. The house sat there in the background like a dark, watching thing. I turned the key, started the engine, and got out of there as quickly and safely as I could manage. The drive back felt longer than the drive up, even though it was the same roads. The sunlight was lower now, throwing long shadows across the narrow mountain lanes. My phone still had no service for a while, which made me feel even more isolated, even though logically I knew I was on my way back towards civilization. Only when I got closer to town and saw those little bars pop back up did I fully start to relax. When I made it back to my dad's office, I told him the basic version first, that the house was in bad shape, that it was creepy as hell, that I'd found a weird underground room that looked like someone had been living there. I showed him the photos I'd managed to take upstairs. They weren't great. A lot of them were crooked or poorly lit because I'd been rushing and scared. He studied them for a bit, then looked at me. He's not the type who spooks easily. He'd been in a lot of foreclosures, a lot of strange, rural properties in various states of neglect. When I told him more about the downstairs, about the huge room, the concrete pillars, the posters and blankets, he frowned. He ended up deciding not to take the listing. Between the poor condition of the property, the location, and whatever had been going on down in that basement room, it wasn't worth the trouble, even if it looked like it could have been an interesting house to someone. From a real estate standpoint, it was a mess. From a personal standpoint, I think he trusted my gut on that one. I've been in a lot of buildings in my life, especially tagging along with my dad. Old barns, empty houses, weird half-finished projects. Some of them have felt a little off, some of them have been run down or sad. But that mountain cabin, with its dead birds, dust-filled staircase, and huge underground chamber carved into the side of the mountain, has been, hands down, the most terrifying building I've ever stepped into. There are little details I still think about sometimes. The way the birds were scattered like they'd all met the same fate. The footprint drag marks in the dust on the stairs. The silence of that giant room, like sound, didn't really belong there. The fact that this house had once been someone's dream in some shiny ski development brochure, and now it was just this forgotten shell where birds died and someone hid blankets in a corner. Nothing actually happened to me in a physical sense. No one jumped out at me. No ghost appeared. I didn't get attacked or chased. But sometimes the worst fear is the one that comes from your own mind, putting together all the pieces and telling you, you are not safe here. That day, walking into that house alone, with no cell service and a gun in the console, trying to be grown up and helpful, I learned that sometimes the scariest places are just empty buildings with the wrong kind of history and the wrong kind of silence. And I have never forgotten the way that place felt. Back when I was in high school, I used to go running at night all the time. I grew up in a hot southern state where the days could be brutal, especially in the summer. During the day, the sun felt like it was sitting right on your shoulders, and the heat would hang in the air even when there was a breeze. Running in the middle of all that just wasn't worth it, so I made a habit of going out after dark when everything finally started to cool down. I liked it, actually. The streets were mostly empty, the air was softer, and the world felt quieter. The neighborhoods I ran through were familiar and generally safe. Rows of houses, trimmed lawns, a few parked cars here and there, the faint glow of TVs through living room windows. It was the kind of area where you didn't expect much trouble, especially not on some random weeknight. I had been running that same route for a long time. It started at my house, looped through a few residential streets, and wound back toward home after a couple of miles. There was this one particular spot that I often used as a quick rest point, a small rise in the road in a quiet neighborhood under a line of streetlights. The road there sloped gently upward, and at the top of that little incline you could see a decent stretch of the street ahead and behind. There weren't many trees or big bushes right there, and not a lot of parked cars either. It felt open and clear, a good place to catch your breath for a minute. One night, like many others, I went out for a run. I don't remember the exact date or anything like that, but I remember the feel of the night. It was one of those warm evenings where the heat of the day had finally eased off enough to feel comfortable instead of suffocating. The air was still a little heavy, but not in a bad way. There was a faint breeze now and then that moved the leaves on the trees and brushed against my skin. Here the sky above the neighborhood was dark, but not completely black. The glow from the city far off, plus the streetlights, made everything a kind of muted blue-gray. Here and there, porch lights were on, and I could see the faint flicker of TVs through windows as I passed by. For the most part, though, the streets were empty. Just me, my footsteps, the steady rhythm of my breathing, and the soft hum of streetlights. Somewhere, a mile or two from home, I reached my usual stopping point, the little rise in the road. A line of streetlights ran along the sidewalk on one side, each one casting its own pool of yellowish-white light onto the pavement below. I slowed down as I reached the top of the incline, stepped off to the side a bit, and stopped under one of the lights to stretch. There was no one else around. No moving cars, no dogs being walked, no kids outside. It was just late enough that people had gone in for the night, but not so late that the world felt totally dead. It was that odd in-between time where everything is calm, but not eerie. At least that's how it felt at first. I bent down, stretching my legs, rolling my shoulders, catching my breath. I could hear the normal nighttime sounds, a distant dog barking somewhere, the low hum of an air conditioner, the faint buzz of insects around the lights. It was actually a pretty nice moment. My muscles were warm. The night air felt good. And I remember thinking that this was one of the reasons I liked running so much. Then I heard it. It was just one sound at first, clear and sharp in the quiet. A single footstep on loose gravel, the crunch of small rocks against asphalt. Not super loud, but loud enough to cut through the background noise and snap my attention away from my stretch. I straightened up and looked around. There was no one. The street stretched out in both directions, gently curving down from where I stood. Under the pools of light from the street lamps, the road and sidewalks were clearly visible. There weren't any parked cars close enough to hide someone. No trees or bushes big enough to conceal a person stood nearby. Just open street, short grass, and the glow of the streetlights. I'm not the kind of person who scares easily from being outside alone at night. I'd been running that route for a long time and had never had any trouble. I'm also not easy to sneak up on. Well, when you spend a lot of time alone outside at night, you get used to paying attention to sounds and movements without even thinking about it. So at first, I didn't jump straight to fear. I listened for a moment, standing still under the light. Nothing. Just the normal quiet sounds of the neighborhood. I looked again in every direction. No shadows moving between houses. No figure walking along the sidewalk. No sign that anyone was nearby. I told myself that maybe I had imagined it. Sometimes your own movements can trick your ears. Maybe a bit of gravel had rolled under my shoe without me noticing. Maybe the sound had bounced weirdly off a house or a curb. It was a single crunch after all. Easy enough to shrug off. I was just about to start running again when I heard it a second time. Crunch. This time it was closer. Same sound. Loose gravel shifting and rubbing against asphalt under the weight of a footstep. It came from behind me and a little off to one side, from within maybe 100 feet or so. Close enough that I should have been able to see whoever made it. I turned quickly, scanning the area. Still nothing. The street lights were doing their job. The pools of light overlapped enough that there wasn't a lot of deep darkness for someone to hide in. The nearest parked car was far enough away that if someone had stepped out from behind it, I would have seen motion. There were no yard decorations or benches or anything that could have made that kind of sound on their own. The night seemed completely empty of human life, except for me. A prickle of unease started to move up my neck. I stood there, now fully alert, my muscles tightening in a different way from just running. I focused all my attention on my hearing, waiting. Another step. Crunch. The sound came again, slow and clear. It was nearer now, maybe half the distance it had been before. The same careful sort of step, like someone placing their foot down and rolling their weight onto it. It was not the rhythm of a jogger or someone walking normally. It was deliberate and unhurried, like someone creeping forward on purpose. I stared toward the direction of the sound, eyes narrowed, trying to catch even the slightest bit of movement. I knew exactly where it should have been coming from, based on how close it sounded. I focused on that patch of road and sidewalk so hard that I half expected to see the gravel itself shift, even if the person was invisible. There was nothing, just still pavement, quiet grass, and the washed-out color of the world under artificial light. Another 30 seconds passed. That's a long time when you're standing alone at night, listening for something you can't see. The quiet stretched out, making the last crunch echo in my mind. I could feel my heart beating a little faster now, and not from the run, but from something else. A slow, creeping alarm. Then I heard it again. Crunch. Even closer now. It felt like it was within a very short distance. Close enough that if this had been a normal person walking toward me, I would have clearly seen them standing there. The sound was stretched out. A slow, drawn-out step, like someone putting their heel down gently and then gradually rolling the rest of their foot onto the ground. It had that cautious, almost exaggerated quality, as if whoever was making it wanted me to hear each part of the movement. By this point, I was genuinely alarmed. It wasn't like hearing a car far off or a dog rustling in a yard. This was right there, close, near enough that if there had been any physical person, I would have been looking straight at them. I kept staring at the exact area where the sound seemed to come from, hoping maybe I'd see the gravel move under an invisible foot, or some kind of distortion in the air, or anything that would make sense. The reality was simple. Something was stepping closer to me, and I couldn't see it. I'm not someone who jumps straight to thinking ghost or monster. My first instinct is always to look for a normal answer, but in that moment, all my normal answers failed. There was no car, no person, no animal that matched the distance and weight of that step. There was also no reason for someone to be sneaking up on me that slowly in a wide open, well-lit street at the top of a small hill. One more step, I thought, and I'm done. I didn't wait for that next crunch. I started to back away, walking backward at first because I didn't want to turn my back on whatever it was. My eyes stayed locked on that patch of road where the sound had come from. My brain was trying to process 10 different ideas at once, but none of them helped. Maybe it's some weird acoustic trick. Maybe someone's messing with me from a window. Maybe I'm more tired than I realize. None of those ideas matched what I was experiencing. After I'd moved a bit further up the street, putting some extra distance between myself and that unseen point, I finally turned and broke into a run. I didn't sprint like I was in a race, but I didn't look back either. I headed straight for home, breathing a little harder than usual. Not so much from exertion as from the need to get away from that spot. When I got home, I didn't tell anyone some dramatic story. I mostly sat with it in my own mind, turning it over, trying to come up with an explanation. Maybe it was some animal whose footsteps just sounded weird on the gravel. Maybe there was someone there and I somehow just didn't see them. The human mind is good at trying to sand down the edges of something unsettling until it feels more normal. Time passed. Life went on. I kept running the same route. I didn't completely avoid that part of the road. In fact, I went past it many times with no problems at all. The street lights were still there. The little rise in the road still sat in the same place. For a long stretch, it was just another part of my run again. Whatever had happened that one night stayed filed away in my mind as one of those I don't know what to make of that experiences. Then, about a year later, something strange happened again on that same stretch of road. It was another night run, same general time, same general conditions. I was moving along my usual route and I reached that incline in the quiet neighborhood. I started up the rise, and as I ran, my mind drifted back to that night with the invisible footsteps. I started replaying it in my head. The crunching, the slow steps, the way I'd stared and seen nothing at all. Halfway through thinking about it, I heard a familiar sound. Crunch, crunch, crunch. I stopped running. For a moment, I absolutely did not want to believe what I was hearing. It was like my brain said, no, this cannot be happening again. Not right now. Not right when I was just thinking about it. The timing felt too perfect and too unnerving, but the sound kept going. This time, though, it was different. Instead of slow, spaced-out footsteps, the crunching was more continuous. It wasn't one step and then a long pause. It was an ongoing, grinding sound of gravel, shifting slowly but steadily. It still sounded like gravel on asphalt, but more like something was dragging or rolling, not stepping. I listened more carefully and realized it had a certain rhythm to it, soft, constant, building just a little. That's when my eyes went to the side of the road. There, not far from me, was a parked car on the slight incline. I had just run past it moments before without really paying attention. Now I saw that it was moving, very slowly, rolling down the hill, or the sound of the wheels passing over the little bits of loose gravel and broken asphalt on the edge of the road matched the sound I was hearing. The car was barely moving at first, almost creeping, but gravity was taking hold. It was beginning to pick up speed as it rolled down the slope, heading toward the street proper. Without really stopping to think, I reacted. I rushed toward the car, grabbed the driver's side door handle, and found it unlocked. I pulled the door open, slid into the seat, and quickly hit the brake pedal. The car jerked slightly as it stopped. My heart was racing again, but this time for a different reason. Once I had my foot firmly on the brake, I put the car into gear so it wouldn't roll any further, then shut it off and stepped back out. I stood there for a moment, looking at the car, then looking back up the road where I'd come from. And the timing of it all hit me. It had started rolling right as I was running by and thinking about that weird night from a year before. The sound had reached me at almost the same spot on the rise. I remember feeling a strange mix of relief and confusion. On one hand, this time there was a clear, physical cause for the crunching. I could point to the car and say, "That's what I heard." No mystery there. On the other hand, it was odd as hell that it had begun to roll at that exact moment. I couldn't help wondering what had made it let go of its parked position. Had the brake not been set properly? Had something in the car shifted? Had the angle of the road and time and gravity all lined up just right? I didn't know. All I knew was that I'd managed to stop it before it rolled into the road and caused a problem. Once I was sure it was secure, I left it there, feeling like I had somehow stepped into and out of a strange little moment that didn't fully belong to me. After that, nothing else unusual happened on that stretch of road. I continued to run that way for a while and never heard unseen footsteps or rolling cars again. As far as I know, nobody else ever talked about anything weird happening there. No local stories, no urban legends, nothing to give that bit of asphalt any sort of supernatural reputation. Looking back now, I still don't really know what to make of that first night. I was fully awake, not on any substances, not half asleep or dreaming. I know what gravel under a footstep sounds like, and I know what an empty street under good lighting looks like. I had both at the same time, and they didn't match. The car a year later gave me a real-world sound that was similar, but the two events still feel different in my mind. The first one was slow, spaced, cautious. The second was steady and rolling. One left me running home because I felt like something invisible was walking toward me. The other left me standing next to a car I'd just stopped, wondering about timing and coincidence. In the end, all I can honestly say is that something walked up to me one night, and I couldn't see it. And a year later, on the same bit of road, a car rolled by itself at the exact moment I was thinking about that first night. Those are the facts. Everything else is just my mind trying to fill in the blanks. I don't usually talk about this. In fact, I've told very few people because most of the time when I even start, I get the same kind of answers. You imagined it, or you just had a bad dream. And I get why people say that. It's easier to write something off than to sit with how truly awful it sounds. But this is, without question, the most terrifying thing that has ever happened to me in my entire life. And I still think about it. I'm 19 now, but I was 16 when this happened. Even back then, I was already a pretty superstitious person. I believed there was something beyond what we can see, but I didn't like talking about it. Anything to do with the dead or spirits scared me so badly that my way of dealing with it was to pretend it wasn't there. Don't say its name, don't bring it up, don't poke it. I honestly thought you should just leave that stuff alone and never mess with it. So this wasn't something I went looking for. I wasn't playing with a Ouija board. I wasn't doing rituals. I wasn't daring ghosts to show up. I was just doing a favor for a friend. A friend of mine had a dog, and one weekend she and her mom weren't going to be home for the night. They asked me if I could house sit and dog sit for them. This wasn't a strange request. I'd spent countless nights at their place before, hanging out, sleeping over, eating their snacks, and nothing ever felt wrong. The house never gave me bad vibes. It just felt like a normal, comfortable home. There had been one small thing that made me pause once in the past. Another friend of mine had also stayed there alone before, watching the dog, and she called me late one night. Her voice was shaky. She told me the house felt really creepy and asked if I could come stay with her. That night had also been a full moon, and I remember standing outside and seeing how bright and weird everything looked in that light. Back then, I chalked her fear up to that. Full moon, alone in a house, a brain playing tricks. I stayed with her, nothing dramatic happened, and I kind of forgot about it. So when my friend and her mom asked me to watch the house this time, I didn't hesitate. I went over there in the evening. We hung out for a while first, just talking and joking, letting the dog run around. It was all totally normal. No strange feelings, no cold spots, nothing that would have warned me about what was coming. Eventually they left, and it was just me and the dog. We settled into the living room. The dog curled up nearby, and I put something on the TV. I don't remember exactly what I was watching, just that it was one of those casual, late-night background kind of shows. The house was quiet in that peaceful way it gets when it's dark outside and there's only one person awake. I knew the layout well. The living room was open and high-ceilinged, with the master bedroom built above it as a loft. From downstairs, you could look up and see the railing and part of the room above, like an overlook. I always thought the loft was cool. It made the place seem bigger than it really was. That night, though, around 8 o'clock or so, that loft started to feel less cool and more watched. It started as just a feeling. I was sitting on the couch, eyes on the TV, and I suddenly got this strong sense that someone was looking at me. You know how sometimes you're in a room and you're alone, but you feel like you're being observed, like something hits the back of your neck and you feel exposed? It was exactly that. My eyes kept pulling up from the TV to the loft. Every few minutes I would glance away from the screen and stare at the dark railing and the open space above the living room, half expecting to see someone standing there. Of course, there was no one, just shadows and furniture. I tried to shrug it off. I told myself I was just being weird. It's not that unusual to feel a bit on edge when you're alone in someone else's house at night. I focused back on the show, got lost in my phone for a bit, tried to pretend the feeling wasn't there. But I remember thinking, even then, that I wished I didn't have that sense of eyes on me. It made everything in me tighten up. Time passed. The dog eventually went to lie down somewhere. The house got quieter, darker outside, heavier. Around 11 or 12, I decided I should probably get some sleep. I was 16, supposed to be the responsible one for the night, but I was still a teenager, and I liked the idea of sleeping in the big, super comfy master bed instead of on the couch. So I went upstairs to the loft. Up there, the master bedroom looked out over the living room. The bed was big and soft, with a nice comforter and plenty of pillows. I remember feeling a mix of guilt and excitement. Like I was getting away with something by sleeping there. But I also told myself, I'm the only one here. What's the harm? I checked the doors, turned off most of the lights, left maybe a small one on somewhere so it wasn't pitch black, and climbed into bed. The mattress was warm, the pillows were perfect, and for a while I just lay there in the dark, listening to the faint hum of the house. That's when I started hearing the sounds. It sounded like a man talking, not clearly. Not words I could actually pass or repeat, just a low, steady murmur, like someone having a conversation in another room with the door mostly closed. The sound seemed to come from somewhere above me or around me, not from the TV or outside. Now, I should say this. I've had times before where I'm almost asleep and my brain plays tricks on me. I'll think I hear my name or random words or a voice that isn't really there. I know that sometimes your half-asleep mind takes stray noises and turns them into speech. So at first I filed it under that. I told myself, it's just your head doing weird stuff while you drift off. I rolled over, got more comfortable, tried to ignore the whispers. Eventually, I did fall asleep. Sometime later, maybe an hour or two, I woke up again. The room was still dark. The house was still, but the noise was there again. The man's voice, except this time it was louder. Still not clear words, but stronger, less like a faint trick, and more like someone closer to me, speaking low but constant. A cold feeling moved through me. My skin prickled. I stared at the ceiling, trying to figure out if there was any normal explanation. Was a radio on somewhere? Had I left the TV playing downstairs? I listened hard, but I couldn't pin down any real words, just the rhythm of speech, like a person talking right at the edge of understanding. I was scared, but I was also exhausted. Fear and fatigue were crashing into each other in my head. I did the thing a lot of us do when we're scared at night. I pulled the covers over my head, tucked my face in, and tried to hide in that little cave of blankets. Somehow, hiding under the blankets made me feel safer, even though I know logically it doesn't stop anything real. Wrapped up like that, I forced myself to lie still until, eventually, I fell asleep again. The next time I woke up is the part that changed me. I was on my back in the bed. I remember opening my eyes and knowing in an instant that something was wrong. I didn't drift into awareness slowly. I snapped into it, like a switch had been flipped. There was a feeling in the room, in me, that I don't know how to fully describe. The closest I can get is this. It felt like pure evil, not just, I'm scared or something's off. It felt like every bad thing you can feel as a human. Hate, fear, despair, rage was suddenly pressed in around me, heavy and thick, like the air itself had turned poisonous. The second I woke, my brain went into high alert. My thoughts were sharp and frantic. Every nerve in my body knew something was there with me, even though I couldn't see it yet. It wasn't just the usual fear of being alone in the dark. It felt like a presence had filled the room. A presence that hated me. A presence that wanted me to know it was there. Then I became aware of the pressure. Something was sitting on my chest. That's exactly what it felt like. A solid weight pushing down on my rib cage, making it harder to breathe. It wasn't like a blanket or my own body weight. It felt like a person had straddled me and was sitting on me, holding me in place. But when I looked down, there was nothing there. No shape, no outline my eyes could pick up. Even though I couldn't see it, I could sense where its body was. I could feel the form of it, like a heavy, invisible figure leaning over me, pressing me into the mattress. Everything in me screamed that it was male. I don't know how I knew that. It was just this deep, certain feeling. I tried to move. I tried to pull my arms up, to push against my chest, to kick my legs. Nothing moved. My wrists felt pinned down, like someone was holding them to the bed on either side of me. My legs felt stuck too, like hands or knees were pressing my thighs and calves down hard enough to lock them in place. The realization that I couldn't move made the panic spike fast. I started freaking out, trying to yank my arms free, trying to twist my body. I couldn't do it. My muscles were working, but nothing was happening. It was like being tied down with invisible rope. I thrashed with everything I had, desperate, and in that wild panic I did something that, looking back, was maybe the worst thing for my own fear. I closed my eyes. The instant my eyes shut, I could see it. It was like this thing took that moment to paint its image onto the inside of my eyelids. When my eyes closed, it wasn't dark. It was as if a picture had been burned into my vision. I saw a dark, shadowy figure right on top of me, leaning over me. Not a clear face, not details like in a movie, just this black, human-like shape outlined in deeper darkness. Right there, pressed close. Seeing that made every horrible feeling around me explode. The evil, the hate, the terror, all of it got worse, layering over itself until it was almost impossible to think. It felt like this thing wanted me to know, beyond any doubt, I am here. I am on you. You can't move. You can't escape. Then it made a sound. That noise is the one part I still can't explain well, no matter how many times I try. It was the most guttural, horrible, soul-deep sound I have ever heard in my life. Not like a person yelling, not like an animal growling. It was lower, deeper, rawer than that. It shook me in a way that didn't feel natural, like it was meant to go past your ears and hit something inside you. It was a growl, but not exactly like a dog or a bear. It came from somewhere that felt too dark to be normal. It was soaked in anger and something else I can only call hunger or hatred. Even now, just thinking about that sound makes my heart race and my skin break out in chills. I know it doesn't come across right in words, but it is still the one thing I've never really been able to describe in a way that feels enough. All of that happened in a very short burst of time. Seconds, maybe. My eyes were closed. I saw the shadow. I heard the growl. I felt that crushing evil pushing down on me. Then my survival instinct kicked in harder than it ever has in my life. When I opened my eyes again, something in me flipped. I went into full fight mode. I pushed back against whatever it was with everything I had. I can't even explain where that strength came from. It was like my body knew it was either fight harder than I ever had or give up. Even with that strength, I couldn't throw it off me. The weight on my chest and wrists stayed, but I could feel the slightest bit of movement in my lower body, just enough to slide. I focused on that and somehow, inch by inch, I managed to drag my legs sideways, closer to the edge of the bed. It felt like trying to move through wet cement with someone sitting on you. Every tiny shift took all my effort. Still, I kept going. I got my legs closer and closer to the side until, finally, most of my lower body slid off the mattress and into the air. The second my legs were over the edge and my weight began to tip, I shifted my focus. I used the pull of my body, sliding off the bed to drag my upper half along with it. My wrists were still pinned for a moment, and the pressure heavy and painful, but then my torso tipped far enough that my shoulders and chest slid down. At that exact point, when my upper body left the mattress, the pressure on my wrists vanished. It was just gone. Suddenly, I could move. My arms flew up. My chest felt free. I didn't waste a single second. I didn't look back. I didn't try to see if something was still in the bed. I just ran. I scrambled to my feet and bolted for the stairs, nearly tripping in my rush to get away from that room. I flew down into the living room, heart pounding so hard it felt like it was going to tear out of my throat. I grabbed my stuff, keys, phone, whatever I had brought, with shaking hands. The dog was there, but I barely remember what he was doing. only that he wasn't acting like a normal somebody just broke in alarm. It felt like whatever was up there was only for me. I went out to my car and got in, breathing hard, hands still trembling. When I checked the time, it was around 5 in the morning. Dawn wasn't up yet, but the night was starting to thin. I started the engine and drove, not really thinking about where I was going, just knowing I needed to be away from that house. I drove down into town and ended up by a creek, a place where I like to go sometimes just to clear my head. I parked and sat there, staring at the water, trying to slow my breathing. My whole body felt numb and shaky, like I had been in some kind of accident. I put in a lip of chew, something to ground me, to give me a physical feeling that was normal, something I could control. After a while, I called my friend's mom. It was still early, but I couldn't bring myself to go back to that house. I told her I had to leave because something happened. I didn't go into details on the phone. I just made it clear that I couldn't stay there and that I was sorry, but I had to go. Later that morning when she got home, I met her back at the house. That's when I told her everything. I walked her through what I had felt, heard, and seen. Saying it out loud made me feel almost sick, like my body was reliving it. She listened seriously. She didn't laugh it off. A couple days later, when we talked about it again, she mentioned something that stuck with me. She said that when she first saw me that morning, I had all the signs of being in shock. I was pale, my hands were shaking, my voice was off, and I looked like I had just gone through something serious. After that night, I wore a cross around my neck for 3 years straight. I almost never took it off. It wasn't about any show for other people. It was for me. Something about having that there made me feel like I had at least some kind of shield, however small, between me and whatever I had met that night. And I have never and will never spend the night in that house again. I still don't talk about this very often. Every time I do, part of me gets pulled right back into that loft, into that bed, into that moment when I woke up and felt pure evil sitting on my chest. I know some people will always say it was sleep paralysis, or just a nightmare, or my imagination running wild. Maybe that's how they need to see it, but I know what it felt like. I know what I heard, what I saw behind my closed eyes, and the way that growl vibrated inside me. I'm only telling it here because I honestly feel like it's something that needs to be heard. Maybe it will just be a creepy story to some of you. Maybe someone else who's gone through something similar will recognize pieces of it and feel a little less alone. Whatever it was, dream, spirit, demon, something in between, it was real enough to leave a mark on me that's still there. For a while in my early 20s, I lived in one of those strange little spaces that feel halfway between cozy and creepy. It was a 1-bedroom studio apartment built over a detached 2-car garage, all the way at the very end of a long driveway behind a house. People sometimes call them mother-in-law apartments. Mine was basically a box over the garage, with one door at the bottom that got you into the garage and up the stairs to my place. The setup was simple. When you walked upstairs, you came into one open room. Right in the center of that room was my bed, pointed straight toward this huge old-style HTDV I had. It was a beast of a thing, one of the very last big models they made before the flat screens took over. It was about 45 inches across, but the whole unit stood close to 5 feet tall and weighed a ridiculous amount. It had that thick, deep back on it, like a piece of furniture, as much as a TV. You didn't move it without help. On to the left of my bed was the kitchen and dining area. A small counter, a sink, an old stove, a tiny table. To the right of the bed was the stairwell that led down to the garage. There was no door at the top of the stairs, just an open entryway. The only actual door between me and the outside world was at the very bottom. Once you opened that exterior door, you stepped straight into the garage. And from there the stairs went directly up to my apartment. No extra locks, no second door. Just that one door at ground level. The garage itself was its own kind of unsettling. It was filled to the brim with old antiques and random junk the owners had collected over the years. Old furniture, boxes, tools, trunks, all stacked and piled so that they formed narrow little paths instead of open space. Even during the daytime, with the big garage door open, the place gave off a strange feeling. At night, with only the single overhead bulb on, it was downright creepy. At the time, I was in college and broke, so the place was perfect for me. Cheap rent, my own entrance, my own mini kingdom over the garage. I had a decent sound system set up to go with that huge TV too. Music, movies, video games, everything sounded big and loud in that small space. Later on, I upgraded my sound system, bought a newer one, and pulled out the old one. I planned to give the old system and its controller to a friend. I remember taking it all downstairs and loading it into my truck out front. The speakers, the main unit, the chunky old remote, I put all of it in the truck so I wouldn't forget to drop it off. That's important because of what happened that night. The night of the incident started out completely normal. I can't remember what I watched that evening, some show or movie on that massive TV, but there was nothing strange about the day. No weird sounds, no scary thoughts, nothing that made me think, tonight something's going to happen. At some point, I turned everything off, climbed into bed in the middle of the room, and went to sleep with the image of the TV screen facing me. At some point during the night, I started to dream. It was one of those rare dreams where your brain uses your real environment almost exactly the way it is. In the dream, I was lying in my bed in that same studio apartment. The TV was in front of me in its usual place. Everything looked and felt the same as it did when I'd fallen asleep. But the TV wasn't showing Netflix or a movie or anything I owned. Instead, it was displaying what looked like a security camera feed. In the dream, my TV was acting like a big security monitor with 4 separate camera views divided across the screen in a 2x2 grid. There were 4 little live feeds, each one from a different angle outside the building. In real life, I didn't have any cameras. There were no security systems installed, no closed circuit set up. But in the dream, it all felt completely normal. Like, of course, I had a camera system and, of course, it was wired into my TV. I remember focusing on the top left frame first. It showed part of the driveway and the path leading toward the back where the garage and my apartment were. It was dim, nighttime, but the camera image was clear enough to see shapes. That's when I saw it. From the edge of the frame, an apparition began to walk toward the camera. I can't give it a perfect description even now, because it didn't look like a regular person. It had a human shape but felt wrong somehow, like its outline was slightly off or its movements were just a bit too stiff or too smooth. It was dark, almost like a shadow that had thickened and taken on a body. It walked straight toward the camera, slow and steady. As soon as it reached the camera, it leaned in close and its head snapped toward the lens. Its mouth opened, and then it tore open wider, much wider than any normal human mouth could. It stretched in a horrible way, skin pulling taut as it let out a scream. The scream wasn't a normal human scream either. It had something animal in it, something twisted, something that sounded like pain and rage and hate all at once. It was a blasting, demonic sound that made me flinch, even though I was only watching. At the exact moment it screamed into the camera, that particular feed cut out. The small frame that had been showing the driveway went crazy for a second with static and distortion, then turned into the grey and black fuzz of a dead channel. The same type of static you see when there's no signal at all. I could hear that sound now too. The hiss and roar of TV static growing louder. My eyes shifted to the next camera. In the top right frame, I saw a different angle somewhere on the property. That thing, whatever it was, appeared again. Farther away this time, but walking closer, following the layout of the land exactly as if it knew where every camera was. It came right up to that camera and did the same thing. Mouth ripping open wide, unleashing that awful demonic scream. The second camera glitched, broke, and turned to static. Another little box of dead channel. I could feel it getting closer. Bottom right frame now. Different angle again, closer to the side of the garage, showing the base of the stairs that led up to my apartment. The apparition walked into that frame, coming from the distance, moving toward me from below. It got closer and closer, then once again reached the camera, leaned in, screamed, killed it with that harsh energy. Another knot of static filled the square. The sound of the static was growing. Those 3 dead feeds were all combining into a louder, more chaotic roar. I could barely hear anything else, for the volume in the dream felt like it was being cranked higher and higher. Then my sight went to the last frame, the bottom left one. This one was aimed right at my front door. In real life, that would have been the camera mounted directly above the door at the bottom of the stairs, inside the garage, looking at the only barrier between me and outside. In the dream, I could see the door clearly, closed, with the apparition now standing just in front of it. It started slamming on the door. Every hit made the entire TV shake in the dream. The camera feed showed the door rattling hard in its frame. The noise from the static roared even louder, like the entire TV was locked on a dead channel at maximum volume, plus these heavy booms of whatever it was pounding on the wood. My heart was pounding as I lay there in the dream, watching it all, hearing it all. I knew that door, knew exactly how far down the stairs it was from where I slept. The thing in the camera wasn't some far-off shape anymore. It was right at the threshold to my world. Then it broke the door. The camera feed showed the door flying inward as the apparition lunged forward, and as it hit the camera, that final frame went to static too. All 4 little boxes on my TV screen merged into one massive, full-screen storm of noise and meaningless black and white dots. The sound was deafening. It was that specific, horrible hiss and roar you get from a dead TV channel, or turned up to a level no one would ever use on purpose. And at that exact moment, I woke up. For a second, I thought maybe I was still dreaming, because what I woke up to was almost exactly what I had just seen in the dream. I was lying in my bed, exactly where I had been. The TV in front of me was on, glowing, and the screen was filled with grey and black static. No menu, no screensaver, no input label, just a dead channel. The speakers were blaring that same hissing, roaring noise at full blast. It was so loud my chest felt it. On top of that, I could hear something else, the sound of wind moving through my apartment, a low, constant rushing noise that did not belong in a closed room. I turned my head and saw that the door at the top of the stairs, the entry from the garage into my living space, was standing wide open. Cold air was pouring in. It made the curtains near the kitchen side move. It carried the faint smell of oil and dust from the garage below. I shot fully awake in an instant, adrenaline slamming through me. I looked down and realized I had a remote in my hand. I was already, without quite remembering, picking it up, jabbing the volume button over and over, trying to turn down that awful static sound. Nothing happened. The volume didn't change at all. For a half second I thought maybe the remote's batteries were dead. Then I caught a glimpse of the reflection in the TV screen. The TV was bright enough to show a faint reflection of my bed and my own upper body. In that ghostly mirror I saw my own hand, and I saw the shape of the remote I was holding. My stomach dropped. The remote in my hand wasn't the one for my current sound system. It was the controller for my old sound system, the one I'd taken out to my truck, along with the rest of the old equipment earlier that day. That remote had no business being in my apartment, let alone in my hand. In that moment, standing there in dim light with the TV screaming static, the door open, the wind pushing in, and the wrong remote in my hand, my brain felt like it was splitting between trying to find a rational explanation and wanting to panic. I threw the remote aside, jumped out of bed, and went for the lights. I hit every switch I could. The overhead light in the main room flicked on, throwing strong yellow light over the bed, the TV, the kitchen, and the open stairwell. It didn't make me feel much safer, but at least I could see. I went to the TV and manually turned the volume knob down on the speakers. The noise dropped from a deafening roar to a harsh whisper, then to nothing. The sudden silence felt almost worse. My ears rang faintly from the volume, and my heart was thudding so hard I could feel it in my fingers. For a few seconds, I just stood there, looking from the now silent TV to the open doorway leading to the stairs. Past that open doorway, the stairwell went down into shadow. At the bottom of those stairs was the garage. Once I went down, I'd be in that space full of old antiques, boxes, and dark corners. And I knew for a fact there was no door between the top of the stairs and the bottom one, only that single outside door, which I could not see from where I stood. That meant if the outside door was open too, or had been forced, there was a clear line from the ground level straight up into my room. Part of me screamed that I needed to go down and check the door. Make sure it was closed and locked, make sure no one was down there. Another part of me said just as loudly that I did not want to step foot in that garage at night, in the dark, right after the dream I'd had. The idea of walking between those stacks of old furniture and antiques, when my mind was full of an image of something breaking in and climbing those stairs, was almost unbearable. Still, I knew at least one thing needed to be done. The door at the bottom had to be closed. So I crept toward the stairwell, every light in my apartment blazing behind me. I moved slowly, my breathing shallow, and stepped onto the first stair. The wood creaked under my weight in a way it never had bothered me before, but now sounded like shouting. I didn't go all the way down. I went down just far enough that I could lean over and see the bottom of the stairwell and the door area without stepping into the main garage space. The light from the stairwell bulb reached far enough to show me the door. It was open, the night air flowing in from outside. I could see a slice of driveway and darkness beyond. I reached out, grabbed the door handle from where I was, and pulled it closed hard. I didn't slam it, but I shut it firmly and turned the lock. Then I backed up the stairs, not taking my eyes off that lower level until I was back up in the bright light of my apartment. And the thought of going into the garage itself to look around weaving between all those antiques and boxes to see if someone had been there, never really got past the feeling in my gut that said, don't. I decided that if anything was down there, it could stay there for the rest of the night. I was not going hunting for it. Once I was back in the main room, I checked the windows, checked my own door again at the top of the stairs, made sure everything I could control was locked. Then I sat down at the top of the stairs with my back to the wall, all the lights on, and just waited. The TV was off now, the speakers were silent. The only sounds were the faint hum of the refrigerator, the occasional tick of the building settling, and my own breathing. It was maybe the quietest that apartment had ever been. No music, no show, no background noise. And somehow, the silence felt even heavier than the static had. Every small sound seemed huge, or any creak in the wood made me look up. I sat there feeling like if I turned everything off and lay back down in bed, that soundless, dark space in front of the TV would swallow me. So I didn't. I just stayed at the top of the stairs, where I could see both the open room and the stairwell down, and watch the hours crawl by. Eventually, very slowly, the black outside the windows began to turn the slightest bit grey. Night eased into early morning. The fear didn't exactly go away, but it softened enough that I felt like I could move again. I got dressed, grabbed my stuff, and left for my college classes way earlier than I ever normally would. Glad to be anywhere other than that apartment. I never really did figure out what happened that night. Maybe there was some weird coincidence with the TV turning itself on and landing on a dead channel. Maybe I had brought the old remote back inside without remembering it. Maybe the wind had opened the door on its own. I have tried, and over, to put it into some neat, rational box, but the timing of the dream, the exact way it matched the real scene, the fact that the wrong remote was in my hand when I woke up, and the open door at the bottom of those stairs, all of that together is something I still can't explain even to myself. What I remember most clearly, after the loudest parts were over, was that strange, thick quiet while I sat and waited for the sun to come up. Somehow, that silence was the worst part of all. You've just spent hours inside other people's worst moments. Before you click away, ask yourself, which single story from tonight is going to bother you when you're trying to sleep? Name it in the comments. And if you've got a real incident of your own, write that too. Thanks for staying to the end. Now turn the lights off and see if the room still feels the same.